Chapter 1583. Under everyone's horrified gazes. That big rock, from the place where the spear hacked, actually cracked open a crack, then with a crack, it split into two halves. Hiss. In an instant. Not only Yu Shan'an, even Li Yuan, at this time, sucked in a breath of cold air as if he had a toothache. Such a sharp spear, not only can it stab, but even if it's hacking, it's still so sharp. This is a big rock. It can even be broken with one hack. If it's a human, who can withstand it? Wouldn't this be splitting a human and a horse? Li Yuan hurriedly pulled back the spear, carefully looking at the sharp edge, only to see that the place where this diamond-shaped spear had just hacked down, except for a trace of white mark and a trace of the curved edge, there was no trace left. If this was a spear in the past, with such a hack, it would be strange if it didn't split into two halves. But, if this was placed in the hands of Li Yuan when he was young, or in the hands of Niu Jindar and the others, with this hack, good. Li Yuan couldn't help but shout good excitedly. Fengzi, this thing, how many did you make? Zhong Feng pressed his hand, letting the few of them sit down, then said, this thing, I only said that I designed a few. Does Li Gan want to go to Baiju Temple? This thing, I'm going to give him and Jiao Khan one each. Also, General Niu Jindar, although I haven't seen him before, General Niu's reputation, this little one admires him very much, so I'm going to give him a few to show my sincerity. Li Yuan's eyes reddened. Then, why don't you give old man one to play with? Zhong Feng's expression froze. You're already so old, if you sprain your waist, I can't afford to compensate. Not giving. Hey, you stinky brat, today, Laro Tsu wants this thing. You have to give it even if you don't want to. Someone come, bring it back for me. Li Yuan was also anxious. He hugged the spear tightly and refused to let go. He even hurriedly called for the commander of the guards and ran away with the spear in his arms. Only after watching the imperial bodyguard carry the pike away did Li Yuan sit down comfortably. He patted Zhong Feng's shoulder as if he was showing off. Zhong Feng was speechless. Is there a need for that? Since I can take it out in front of you, I'm naturally prepared to give it to you. Otherwise, why would I take it out? Brat, if you saw the good stuff that time, would you cheat me? When Li Yuan heard that, he almost had a feeling of wanting to beat someone up. Bastard, couldn't you have told me earlier? Zhong Feng couldn't be bothered with him. He said, actually, I was prepared to give you the longbow and crossbow for self-defense, but this thing is related to the Battle of Chotzi, it can't be lost, so I thought about it and didn't take it out. When the Battle of Chotzi is over, I, Zhong Feng, will naturally give you as many of these things as you want. Even if you have to arm yourself to the teeth, I'll get it for you, just not now. Li Yuan heard that and couldn't help but be flustered. However, seeing that Zhong Feng was unwilling to say more, he could only give up. Just as Yu Shan'an and the others were worried, and Li Yuan was panting with rage and was about to go berserk, the meal ended. At this time, the few people were also dizzy from drinking, basking in the sun and blowing the warm wind on the lake. They were even more drunk now. Li Yuan looked at Zhong Feng, whose face was red and humming an unknown song, and asked, Fengzi, I heard that you've been working on some cannon recently. Is that thing really as powerful as my Erlang said? Zhong Feng was already drunk to the point of dizziness. Seeing that Li Yuan asked about this, Zhong Feng instantly became spirited. I say, old master, you're looking down on me, Zhong Feng, aren't you? Look at me. Do those things have an undeserved reputation? Let me tell you, you haven't seen the power of those cannons. Good fellow, with the current situation of Chotzi, only 10 cannons are enough to make the 300,000 troops outside the city retreat in an instant. If they're not afraid of death and attack by force, it only takes 2 hours for the 300,000 troops to be blown up by my 10 cannons. Moreover, these cannons are an area of effect attack. It's not something those arrow clusters can compare to. It's just that the range is only about 300 to 500 steps. However, as long as they dare to show their faces, these 10 cannons, Laro Tsu, will teach them a lesson. Li Yuan had heard about this matter long ago. But at this time, seeing Zhong Feng say so, he still somewhat does not believe it. Moreover, he came to the mountain today to fish for information. Seeing that Zhong Feng is drunk at this time, Li Yuan could not help but click his tongue twice, saying disdainfully, this bragging is simply enough. Hearing this, Zhong Feng was instantly enraged. "Hey, I said you're a rotten old man, you don't believe it, do you?" As soon as these words come out, the complexion of the old scholar and the others suddenly change greatly. They hurriedly want to stop Zhong Feng. Li Yuan, on the other hand, does not care. He waves his hand to let everyone sit down, laughing mischievously. "Who doesn't know how to brag, but just like that flintlock, you've been talking about it for so long, but you should take it out." How can Zhong Feng endure this? Standing up unsteadily, he grabs Li Yuan's collar and says, "Go go go, I'll let you experience it." Chapter 1584. Yu Shenan and the others were dumbfounded by Li Yuan's actions. How could they not see that Li Yuan was trying to goad them into action? But the kind of weapon Zhong Feng took out just now really gave them quite a scare. This thing. It was simply cruel to look at, not to mention using it on the battlefield. If it was before, they would have already pointed at Zhong Feng's nose and scolded him. How could they wait until now? But now, after following Zhong Feng for a long time, as well as reading those books on psychology, medicine, military science and so on written by Zhong Feng, they gradually accepted these. But it did not mean that they could really accept these weapons. At this time, seeing Li Yuan like this, they all shook their heads and sighed. But, at this time, seeing the two swagger towards the forging workshop, how could they sit still? Wouldn't they make a hole in the sky if they went there? The old scholar stood up shakily and shouted at a few students passing by not far away, Someone, quickly go and tell Ma Ju and the others to follow the dean. You must watch the dean." On the other side, after Fang Xianling and Wei Zheng finished dealing with the matters of the imperial court, they then leisurely rode their mules up the mountain, discussing the matters of the imperial court along the way. As soon as the two arrived at the foot of the mountain, they bumped into the old village chief strolling blindly on the street with a string of money. When the old village chief saw the two, he hurriedly went forward to welcome them. "Yo, this old man woke up this morning and heard this magpie chirping in front of the small window. So it's the two of you who came?" Fang Xianling and Wei Zheng also cupped their fists and greeted the old village chief, asking, "So it's the old village chief, you are." "Hey, I have nothing to do, right? I have to keep an eye on it. If those things from before happen again, I'll feel guilty." As if touching on the old village chief's sore spot, the two could not bear it and hurriedly asked, "Then you stroll first?" "We went up the mountain to look for Feng Zi. I wonder if he's on the mountain." "He's here. However, before noon today, old Master Li also came. You can go to Feng Zi's villa to look for him. You can't go wrong." Wei Zhang and Fang Xianling were shocked. He hurriedly cupped his fists at the old village chief and urged the little donkey under him to hurry up the mountain. After the two of them left, Qian Xiong'er asked curiously, "Grandpa, who are these two grandpas?" The old village head put away the smile on his face and stared at Fang Xianling and Wei Zheng, saying, "Remember these two. These two are here to trap Feng Zi. These guys, when they have nothing to do, they come to trap him. You have to be careful. In the future, you have to be on guard against them. You have to watch out for your brother's family." Qian Huan looked at the two of them as if she understood. She shook her finger and said, "Oh, so they are bad guys." Fang Xianling and Wei Zhang did not expect that the retired emperor would dare to climb Mount Xiao alone. Such a big thing had happened a few days ago. If he acted alone at this time, what if the remnants of those people? What would the consequences be? Moreover, the retired emperor had always been very arrogant. What Zhong Feng was doing now had a wide range of implications. If he drank a few cups of wine, the consequences would be, however, at this moment. Just as the two of them hurriedly urged the little donkey to pass through the mountain gate and were ready to go up the mountain, a rider suddenly jumped down from the mountain. The two of them could not help but be stunned. Although the cement road was paved with rubber, the sound of the horses' hooves hitting the ground was unusually clear. When the two of them looked over, they saw that the rider was carrying a long thing wrapped in clothes on his shoulder. It seemed to be a spear, but it was not. The point was that the two of them knew this person. It was the retired emperor's guard captain. The two of them could not help but look at each other. How could he go down the mountain at this time? However, they did not dare to ask and could only urge the little donkey to run up the mountain. When the guard captain passed by the two of them, he just nodded and hurried away. This time, Wei Zhang and Fang Xianling were furious. They looked at each other in shock, then urged their little donkeys to gallop up the mountain. When the two of them arrived at the villa area, they only saw that Yu Shinan and others were still drinking tea, chatting and fishing by the waterfall not far away, but they did not see Zhong Feng and Li Yuan. The two of them did not wait to greet each other and hurriedly asked, "Brother Boshi, have you seen the old master and Feng Zi?" The few of them were stunned. But at the same time, they were happy. He pointed to the workshop and said, "They went to the workshop. You should go quickly, or I'm afraid they will poke a hole in the sky." Wei Zhang was shocked when he heard this. What's going on? Just now, the old master's guard took away the indestructible spear that Feng Zi made. Now, it seems that he wants to see the cannon that Feng Zi mentioned. You have to go quickly. If something happens, it will be troublesome. What? The two of them were shocked. The two of them had long heard about the cannon that Zhong Feng had created. They had also witnessed the might of the crossbow and the like. At this moment, when they saw that the two of them were drunk, how could they not know that this was a serious matter? Chapter 1585. While Wei Zhang and Fang Xianling were rushing to the workshop, Fang Xianling rushed to the workshop. On the other side, at the military camp at the desolate mountain pass, Li Yuan's bodyguard was blocked by Yu Qigong's personal guard. At this moment, Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin were also hurriedly alerted and rushed over. Originally, the two of them had been hurriedly transferred back to the barracks by the emperor because of the matter in Sheng province. During this period of time, there had been a lot of problems in the military. First, after Zhong Feng's training method was popularized, it caused some ruffians in the army to cause trouble. Then, the sons of the military leaders quit their jobs. This caused the two of them to be furious. They really wanted to hit someone. But none of these people were good people. These matters were mixed together. So that when the two returned to the military camp, the first thing they did was to fiercely beat these people up. Most importantly, last time, Qin Qiong, that bastard, stole their limelight. At this moment, the two were in a fit of anger. But at this moment, they heard that Li Yuan's imperial guard actually hurriedly left White Deer College by himself. How could this be? The two hurriedly rode their horses and rushed to the pass at the desolate mountain pass. At this moment, that Imperial Guard commander was holding Li Yuan's gold medal in his hand. The long cloth bundle in his hand was tightly grasped behind his back. People with discerning eyes could tell that this thing, to put it bluntly, was actually a weapon. Who didn't know? When the two arrived, they already discovered that this Imperial Guard was actually about to make a move. The two of them had seen this person before, and when this person saw that the person in question had arrived, he angrily threw the token in his hand at Yu Qigong. "Lord Yuqi, General Cheng, the two of you really have great authority. You know, this one is under the old master's order to personally escort this thing back to the capital. Do the two of you want to disobey the order?" At this moment, the Imperial Guard's words were undoubtedly no different from farts in the ears of Yuqi and Cheng Yaojin. He chuckled and said, "What are the two of you talking about? He also has no way of talking about this matter, right? How do I say this thing? Think about it, what if there is a spy pretending to be him?" The Imperial Guard couldn't help but get angry when he heard this. The two of you don't have to be so eccentric. Honestly speaking, this is a great treasure that Principal Zhong gave to the old master. As soon as I hear baby, Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin could no longer sit still. They had seen crossbows and strong bows before, but they had only seen them from afar and had never used them. Although these things were now under their supervision, they were still classified as top secret without the emperor's permission. Other than Zhong Feng, no one else had the right to look or ask for one. This is simply like guarding a treasure mountain. How can the two of them let go of this helplessness? Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin instantly lost their composure when they saw the item in the Imperial Guard's hand and heard his words. The two of them looked at each other, their eyes flashing with a look that only the two of them understood. Then, Yu Qigong laughed and said, "Well, brother, long time no see. Let's go have a good chat." The Imperial Guard took 2 steps back, his face full of caution. "You two, please don't do this. This one has a heavy life. Cheng Yaojin hurriedly interrupted him and said with a smile, well, there's no hurry. We've met some bandits on the way. Let's go to the barracks first. This matter isn't urgent. Isn't the old master still on the mountain? It won't be delayed. At most, I'll have someone escort you back personally. The Imperial Guard didn't react. The two of them were held down by the Imperial Guard on the left and right and walked towards the barracks. The barracks were actually still very far away. However, Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin were in a hurry to see the mysterious weapon, so they arranged for the Imperial Guard to stay in a nearby tent. As soon as they entered the tent, Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin hurriedly passed cigarettes to the Imperial Guard and lit the fire. After a series of actions, the Imperial Guard's head was on cloud 9. Logically speaking, he was only a secondary rank 5 official. However, these two were secondary rank 1 generals. It would be strange if there was nothing wrong with such people trying to curry favor with him. At this moment, the three of them sat down. Yu Qigong said subtly, brother, look, this thing is so heavy. Why don't you put it down and rest for a while? The Imperial Guard commander had been on guard against these two for a long time, but he also wanted to see the power of this spear for himself. After all, when he was on the mountain just now, although he had seen Li Yuanwu, he felt like a cat was scratching his heart. Now that there were two ready-made scapegoats, what's wrong with playing with them? Thinking of this, the Imperial Guard commander reluctantly put the spear in Yu Qigong's hands. Lord Yuqi, this was made by President Zhong himself. I heard that this thing was said by President Zhong to be an invincible spear. You two should take it easy. Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin were very excited when they heard this. Earlier, he had heard that Zhong Feng wanted to tinker with this thing. However, last time, he had been tinkering with crossbows, ballistas, and other things, as well as Mitsubishi Army knives. Each of them had a Mitsubishi Army knife. However, this thing was not satisfying. It was too small. It was not something that a grown man could play with. At this moment, when they heard what the Imperial Guard commander said, how could the two of them bear it? They hurriedly opened the package. When they saw the strangely shaped spear that was made of pure steel, both of their eyes were fixed on it. This was true. Damn it. Zhong Feng really made it. Chapter 1586. Such a weapon. Holding it in his hand, he felt a sense of heaviness. But after weighing it in his hand, he found that it was only a little more than 15 kilograms. If this thing was made by a general, then its weight, wasn't it too light? And if it was a soldier, wasn't this AF * king waste? Thinking of this, the two of them couldn't sit still. After practicing a few moves with it, they looked at the two gaps in amazement and asked, what's the matter with this? Why isn't it whole? Even the commander was speechless. Playing with it in his hand, he said, when I saw it before, it had 3 sections. In the end, President Zhong somehow pieced it together. Oh, let me try. Hearing this, Cheng Yaojin's eyes lit up with excitement. Holding the spear shaft, he twisted it left and right, and even tugged at it with Yu Qigong and the commander. But it still couldn't be removed. At this moment, the three of them stared at this oddly shaped weapon and couldn't help but frown. But at this moment, Yu Qigong was playing with the first section and said, this shape is completely designed for the battlefield. Old hey, this guy has never been on the battlefield, and is like a chicken. How can he make such a thing? This thing looks like it can not only smash, but also has the function of a halberd. This is simply made for the battlefield. Was it really made by that bastard Zhong Feng? While talking, Yu Qigong fiercely grabbed the spear shaft, and then fiercely jabbed it down at a bowl-sized protrusion on the ground of the camp. Ding! In an instant, the diamond-shaped spike at the bottom of the spear, like a war drum, pierced the stone instantly. In an instant, the stone was pierced into countless small pieces. And, the tip of the spear was intact. Hiss! The three of them couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This time, the Imperial Guard leader said, no wonder. Just now, by the waterfall, the retired emperor chopped down with his spear, and a huge rock was forcefully shattered. Originally, I thought that the retired emperor's prestige was still the same as before, but now it seems, let's go, old hey, let's go for a walk on the mountain. How could Yuchi Gong sit still? It would be fine if he didn't see such a treasure. Now that he had seen it, he had to get one no matter what. Putting aside the issue of self-defense, holding it in his hands would be his face. For a general, the first thing they paid attention to was a war horse of a pure breed. The better the horse, the crazier the general would be. Then came the weapon. On the battlefield, if one had a suitable weapon, then anyone could become an unparalleled god of war. After all, when one went to the battlefield, it was to kill the enemy. No matter how good the armor was, it was useless. It was better to stay at home. At this moment, how could the two of them think of anything else? In their hearts, they were thinking more about whether they could get their hands on a handful of these things. Not to mention using it in battle, even if it was placed at home, it would still make people happy. Brother, I suddenly remembered that there are still some important matters in the army. We won't keep you any longer. Yuchi Gong suddenly cupped his fists and reluctantly handed the strangely shaped spear to the guard leader. He then said, "Men, quickly send a small team to escort His Excellency back to the city." As he spoke, the two of them reluctantly cupped their fists to the guard leader and then ran away. The head of the Imperial Guards was stunned. Did the two of you really take me for a fool? Go up the mountain to ask for benefits from the dean. Do you have to do this? The two of them didn't hear it, but even if they did, they wouldn't take it seriously. Who was he? If they provoked him, they would be fine if he beat them up. It was only for the sake of the Emperor Emeritus that the two of them didn't take him seriously. As soon as the two of them left the tent, they hurriedly rode their horses. After giving orders to the army, they rushed up the mountain. They were afraid that they would lose everything if they were late. After all, just now, Wei Zheng and Fang Shenling went up the mountain personally. At this time, they should have bumped into Feng Zi and the Emperor Emeritus. At this time, they should be pestering Feng Zi to show off his good weapons. At this time, they needed someone bold to test these weapons. Weren't they such people? During this experiment, if there was a slight accident, wouldn't that be? Thinking of this, the two of them sped up. They couldn't wait to be on the mountain at this time. In particular, they didn't know how the dozens of carts of iron for Zhongfeng looked like. It was a good time to go and take a look. After the two of them rushed up the mountain, they went straight to the forge. From afar, the two of them could see carts full of iron or not far away. They were neatly placed in the open space outside the forge. The original forging workshop only occupied a small corner of the west side of the mountain. On the other side of the mountain was the woodworking workshop. At this time, there were not many places on the mountain that needed wood, so at this time, it had almost become the workshop's exclusive place to smelt steel. In the three huge furnaces, which were bigger than the brick kiln factory, although they stood far away, they could still feel the blazing heat. On the other side, back then, the edge of the cliff had become a secret place for the forging workshop. Apart from Zhongfeng, only Arkinnon and Mokiado could enter the cave. At this time, Arkinnon also had a private room. It was also called the smelting workshop. It was just producing colored glass. This was his old profession. However, at this time, because of Zhongfeng's arrival, they all came out to greet him. At this time, along with the sound of two horse hooves, only then did the crowd see Yuchi Gong and Cheng Yarojin. The moment they saw the two of them, Zhongfeng's heart thumped. Damn, these two flies, why are they here? Chapter 1587. But since they were already here, Zhongfeng could not say anything. He just waited in place with a smile. It was just that Li Yuan was a little unhappy. This thing was originally an important place. You, a military general, coming here, wasn't it just adding to the rumors? Moreover, it was made by Zhongfeng. Everyone knew how powerful this thing was. Now that he made such a move, wouldn't it be a big problem? Now that they were here, wouldn't they have to ask Fengzi for this kind of weapon? Once this kind of weapon was circulated, if those hidden spies in the army revealed the matter, then it would be a big joke. Li Yuan saw the arrival of the two and snorted coldly with a fake smile. At this time, aren't you busy with the business? Why did you come here? Yuchi Gong and Cheng Yaojin smiled and said, "Greetings, old master. It hasn't been peaceful recently, So the two of us came to this market today and wandered around. Occasionally, we saw your servant running out carrying a big thing, so we chased after him and asked. We heard that Fengzi made something good, so we couldn't help but come to take a look. Zhong Feng curled his lips. Let's say first, if you want to take a look, then take it, but don't take it away. Hearing this, the smiles on Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin's faces froze. Li Yuan looked at the three with a smile and did not speak. He beckoned to Wei Zhang and Fang Xianling and said, "Wait, watch it for me. The thing here, don't let these two big mouths take it away." The two of them looked at each other strangely, then nodded and agreed. On the other side, Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin also dismounted at this time and whispered with Zhong Feng for a while, making Zhong Feng startled. Seeing this, Li Yuan was extremely unhappy. "Fengzi, it's getting late, let's go in and take a look." Hearing this, Zhong Feng suddenly said, Go, since we've come today, we have to go in and take a good look." But, Zhong Feng grabbed Yu Qigong and said, "Old Yu, you said that the girl in Yanglai restaurant is really my cousin?" Yu Qigong's eyes looked around and said, "How can this be fake? Yesterday, when the servants of my family went out to buy some things, they happened to pass by Yanglai Lu and found out that a lady comparable to Jingshu had come. However, she had been tricked into coming here, saying that she was here to find a way out for her cousin. Moreover, this lady was also surnamed Zhong and came from Phoenix Mountain Range. Thus, my servants went forward to inquire and found out that this lady was actually looking for you. At that time, the procuress was so frightened that she fainted. After that, the servant gave some instructions to the old madam, and then, she was sent back to your courtyard." Hearing this, Zhong Feng felt a headache coming on. This Zhong family. He merely made it up for the sake of his identity. But don't you think it's infuriating? There really was such a King Zhong family, and there really was such a Zhong Feng. Although this matter had passed for a long time, it was just a matter of confirming his identity. But what Zhong Feng feared the most was that in the future, there would come a person who looked exactly like him called Zhong Feng, exposing his lie. Then the fun would really be huge. The most important thing was that this Zhong Feng did not seem to have heard the news of his death. If this person was going to die, then it was still fine. But if he did not die, then the fun would really be huge. Moreover, he had not done anything yet, and a cousin popped out of nowhere. God, are you King messing with me? Although Zhong Feng was long prepared, but hearing Yu Qigong say so at this time, although he did not know whether it was true or false, this could already be said to have rung an alarm bell for Zhong Feng. This matter had to be dealt with. But at this time, old Yu chose to say this at this time. This old man obviously did not have good intentions. Moreover, this was such a big matter, but there was no news from his family. What could he say? This could only be said to be blocked by the cunning old man, old Yu. Damn it, this time I'm going to be screwed over. Zhong Feng was somewhat pained and depressed. But at this time, he could only force a smile and look at everyone with a frightening smile. Seeing this, everyone curled their lips. Dean. At this time, Alkanon came out of the cave in a hurry. His body was still filled with smoke, and his face looked like he had been fished out of a coal mine. No matter how one looked at it, it was uncomfortable. When Alkanon came, Zhong Feng put aside the distracting thoughts in his mind and asked, "What happened?" Alkanon said embarrassedly, "There was a problem just now," and the chest almost exploded. "It's good that you're here. Now, let's go and have a look." Exploded? What was that? The few people listened to the mysterious conversation and could not help but criticize in their hearts. However, when Zhong Feng heard this, his expression also became tense and said, "Lead the way." Then, Zhong Feng said, "Today's matter, you can see it, but don't spread it out. It's best if you want to smoke it out for me outside. If you see a spark inside, we'll all go to heaven today." The few people could not remain calm in an instant. Wei Zhang and Fang Xianling did not say anything and directly supported Li Yuan, preparing to leave. But the more mysterious this was, the more Li Yuan would not miss it. Pushing away the two people's hands, Li Yuan was unusually excited and urged, "Then, what are you waiting for? Let's go." Chapter 1588. Zhong Feng didn't hide anything. After all, These things weren't any secret. As long as they had a certain proportion, almost everyone would be able to make them. The prerequisite was that you could obtain the saltpeter from the Ministry of Works. Most importantly, after letting them take a look at these things today, the manufacturing would be left to them in the future. He didn't have the time or energy to spend here. The most important thing was, right now, Yu Shinan and the other Confucian scholars were all staring at him. If this went on and they decided to quit, then Zhong Feng would be left with nothing but tears to cry about. The cave was no longer a small place on the edge of a cliff like before. At this time, the cave had changed from a mountain path on the cliff that could only accommodate one horse carriage to a large flat area. There were several large clay furnaces of unknown use in the area, as well as a large furnace made of pieces of stone that was burning without a ball, making the entire area steaming hot. In the middle was the cave. At this time, the layout of the cave was somewhat luxurious. A large iron door with the words White Deer College Forging Workshop written on it. It made him look a little extraordinary. At this time, at the entrance of the cave, the 30 or so craftsmen who were originally brought from the western regions were standing neatly on both sides with their backs bowed. After seeing Zhong Feng, all of them hurriedly bowed. Dean. Zhong Feng saw the shock on the faces of Yu Qigong and the others and couldn't help but feel a little smug. The effects of the alcohol had also weakened a little. He waved his hand and said, "Hello everyone, go and do your work. Today, we're just here to take a look, just take a look. Go go go, let's go in and take a look." As Zhong Feng spoke, he beckoned Li Yuan to go with him. When the others saw this, they didn't dare to act rashly. They hurriedly followed the two into the cave. Li Yuan had yearned for this cave for a long time. However, without Zhong Feng's permission, even Yu Shinan and the others couldn't enter. From this, it could be seen how much Zhong Feng valued this place. Not to mention this cave. Once they entered the cave, everyone saw the situation inside. The walls of the cave were polished very smooth, just like a house. Near the entrance of the cave, there were 2 large windows. However, at this time, it was sealed by iron bars and transparent glass. The entire cave looked as bright as an outdoor room. In the center of the cave, there was still a long table. On both sides of the table were countless forging tables and furnaces. Next to the furnaces were iron hammers of various sizes. However, at this time, these furnaces seemed to have not been lit for a long time. There was not a trace of dry temperature in the air. On this platform, the person who had gone out to welcome the crowd had returned. He continued to sit in front of the platform, fiddling with something. There was a large bamboo tube, a pile of wax, and a small scale. That was not all. On the left side of these things, there was a piece of oil paper. In front of the oil paper, there were 3 large frames. Waves of unpleasant smell were emitted from it. These people carefully picked up some powder from these boxes, placed it on a scale, weighed it, and then mixed it. It was really Li Yuan's first time seeing such a magical thing. How could Yu Qigong and the others not be the same? At this time, each of their eyes were wide open, like gongs. The most important thing was that each of these people was wearing white gloves. Their mouths were also covered with masks. This made them even more curious. They looked around. Zhong Feng did not see any problems. There was almost no mistake in the ratio of gunpowder. At this time, he could not help but ask, "Alkanen, just now, you said that the barrel would explode. What's going on?" Hearing this, the others could not help but look over. Alkanen did not say anything. He just led Zhong Feng to a small stone room in the innermost part of the cave. After pushing open the door, they could smell the strong smell of gunpowder. There were also several bamboo tubes on a shelf. He said, "Sir Dean, according to your instructions, we sealed these gunpowder into small bamboo tubes according to a certain ratio. However, I don't know what happened today. I took this thing and prepared to store it in the warehouse. I saw smoke coming out of it. Before I could go far, this thing exploded." Hearing this, Li Yuan and the others could not help but open their eyes even wider. He curiously interrupted the two and asked, "Fengzi, can we first tell you what this thing is?" "Yes, you are always speaking in riddles. Is this okay?" Seeing that the others were a little dissatisfied, Zhong Feng waved his hand and asked Alkanon to take out a few bamboo tubes from the warehouse. He said, "This thing is gunpowder. It's the thing I mentioned last time." Gunpowder. This thing seemed to be really terrifying. Last time, Zhong Feng had mentioned this thing when they were frying fish. However, after that, they had never seen this thing again. Today, these people, could it be that they were producing this kind of thing? The few of them looked at each other. Seeing Zhong Fenghua Entertainment's Arjinan walking out, they hurriedly followed. Chapter 1589. Outside the cave. Only then did everyone carefully see the shape of the bamboo tube. The bamboo tube was very similar to the one used to store beer. Everyone even seriously suspected that this thing was actually that bamboo tube. However, the bamboo tube was now covered with a thick layer of oil paper, and there was a green thread on the outside. It was covered with wax droplets. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but be even more puzzled. "Fengzi, is this the gunpowder?" Li Yuan leaned forward, completely ignoring Wei Zhang and Fang Xianling, who were pale with fright. Zhong Feng nodded and said somewhat pretentiously, "Yes, this is the gunpowder. Do you want to try its power, old master?" "No. Fengzi, you can't let the old master do this thing. Old master, Fengzi is a fraud. Don't believe Fengzi's words." Zhong Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. He said loudly, "This thing is actually just a large firecracker. If you really add some other things, hehe, do you think the explosion just now is its power? Come, come, come. Old you, I see that your face is glowing. It seems that great luck is coming. Why don't you do it?" Yu Qigong was not that stupid. At this time, Zhong Feng thought of him. There must be a trick. At this time, he pretended not to hear. He put his arm around Wei Zheng's neck and muttered, leaving Zhong Feng with a back view that said, "I don't have time." Zhong Feng smacked his lips and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Damn it. Coward. He really didn't dare to let Li Yuan do it. He mainly wanted to provoke these two guys. However, these two delivery guys were just masters of thunder but not rain. They were very cunning. He could only twitch his mouth and ask Alkanon to bring a large steel pipe to experiment with this thing. Only then did they look at the steel pipe as thick as the mouth of a bowl. Their eyes were full of splendor. Zhong Feng didn't say anything. He and Alkanon sealed this section of the pipe. Only one end of the pipe had a mouth. They aimed it at a big tree about 100 steps away. After drawing for a while, Zhong Feng carefully took out a match. This time, everyone, who had been so bored that they were about to doze off, suddenly woke up and hurriedly looked at Zhong Feng. Zhong Feng glanced at the crowd with a sinister look. Without saying a word, he lit the fuse of the firecracker in Arkinon's trembling hand and quickly threw it into the steel pipe. After that, the two of them squatted down with their hands covering their ears. This, boom. Without waiting for Li Yuan to ask. Instantly, a sound that could pierce everyone's eardrums made Li Yuan stagger and squat on the ground with his butt. Yu Qigong and the others didn't have it easy either. This unexpected attack caused everyone's vision to darken. As the earth quaked and the mountains swayed, several people were stunned. He was dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at the nearby tree that had been blown to smithereens. In that instant, the few of them only felt a loud bang and a tremor. Then, a ball of fire spurted out from that thing that was as thick as a bowl. That's right, it was fire. After that, the tree was reduced to its current state in front of everyone's eyes. Then, there was smoke all over the sky. Gunpowder smoke. The few of them came back to their senses. At this time, the few of them didn't even have the sound of breathing cold air. Everyone looked at Zhong Feng with a dumbfounded face and then looked at the big tree that was slowly burning in the smoke at this time. Their scalps couldn't help but feel numb. Was this the power of gunpowder? This, if it was placed on the battlefield, what would his mother do? Feng. Feng. Feng, this. Is this the cannon you were talking about? This is gunpowder. Zhong Feng felt a burst of comfort at this time. With both hands on his waist, he lit a cigarette and said, "That's right, this thing is the gunpowder I was talking about. But today is the first time we've seen the test product. As for the finished product, it's still early. No, I mean, this firecracker, We've all seen it before. But you put it in a bamboo tube, how can it be so powerful? Isn't this a little illogical? Yu Qigong finally came back to his senses at this time. He moved closer to the steel pipe that had been blown apart and was still emitting black smoke at this time. He looked at it and kicked it, saying, "Feng, tell me, this thing, how can it be so powerful?" Zhong Feng snorted with incomparable arrogance. "You don't know this, do you? This thing, to put it bluntly, is the combination of aerodynamics and aerodynamics." When the few of them heard this, black lines hung on their foreheads. "Damn it, can't you speak properly?" Yu Qigong's face darkened and he glared at him. Zhong Feng chuckled and shook a finger for a long time before saying, "You want to know? Go back and ask your son." Damn it. Yu Qigong finally couldn't take it anymore. He went up and pressed Zhong Feng to the ground. However, at this time, Yu Shenan came in a hurry with Cheng Chumo and the others. They also happened to see this scene. From afar, they roared angrily, "Old man, damn it, stop it." Chapter 1590. Someone came. It was the 7 old men who had been alarmed by the sound just now. Yu Shenan, Li Gang, Sun Simiao, and the other 7 old men were worried when Fang Xianling and Wei Zheng came to stop Zhong Feng and the retired emperor from making trouble, so they wandered outside. It was to prevent, just in case. After all, the retired emperor's character was more eccentric, and Zhong Feng was not easy to deal with. At this time, the two of them were together, wouldn't they turn the sky upside down? Although they had never been to this workshop, they knew about the fish explosion last time, and they could hear Cheng Chumo and the others bragging all day long that they could break mountains and split rocks. If such a powerful thing was solved by these two drunkards, wouldn't it be a big problem? At this time, as expected. Then, an earth-shaking sound was heard. How could this be? They hurriedly ran over. As soon as they arrived, they saw that the basin-sized locust tree at the entrance of the workshop was gone. Not only was it blown apart, but it was also burning with a raging fire. Moreover, they didn't know when that old man Yu Qigong came. At this time, he even dared to ride on Zhong Feng and wanted to hit people. Who was Zhong Feng? He was the face of the Tang dynasty, the youngest great scholar in the Tang dynasty, and even the world. How could he be treated like this by a big uncouth man? Preposterous. This is really preposterous. Old Yu, if you don't explain this matter clearly to us today, do you believe that we won't go find His Majesty and ask for justice? The old man was so angry that his face was pale. He picked up a burning stick that was as thick as an arm and ran over. At this time, Yu Qigong also came to his senses. He turned around and saw that Cheng Yaojin and the others had already hidden in the cave with Li Yuan and the others. Gulp. Yu Qigong swallowed his saliva with difficulty, then put on a fake smile and said, "Hey, about that, I was just joking with Fengzi. Hey, why are you here?" Zhong Feng also reacted. There was nothing he could do. He wanted to play dumb, but the soft flesh on his waist was hurting. He could only grimace and slowly crawl up with Yu Qigong and say, "Respected teachers, what a coincidence. I was just joking with old Yu. This grandson lost a bet with me, and now he's going back on his word." Bet? Yu Qigong was stunned. Li Yuan instantly snorted, but still forcefully endured it. Wei Zheng and the others were also holding their breaths until the sky turned red. This kid was definitely up to no good. You want this kid to suffer a loss? Dream on. Yu Shenan and the others were also dumbfounded. At this time, they came forward and looked up and down at Zhong Feng. After seeing that there was nothing wrong with him, they breathed a sigh of relief. They stared at Zhong Feng and said, "You're already so old, but you don't pay attention to your manners at all. If the students see this, what will happen?" What else could Zhong Feng do besides smiling apologetically? Seeing Zhong Feng like this, they didn't have the intention to ask. They just pointed at Yu Qigong and said, "What's going on?" This, Yu Qigong looked behind him, then looked at Zhong Feng and said, "Isn't this the gunpowder that this kid made? He just wanted to test its power, but I didn't expect this kid to be a..." Before he finished, he was stunned to see that these people actually abandoned him and squatted on the ground to look at the iron pipe that was still smoking, and asked Zhong Feng some things. This time, Yu Qigong was embarrassed. He couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in. But now, He had made up his mind to get this thing in the Chang'an military camp. Even if this thing wasn't used to fight a war, it would still be awesome if it was used to fire a cannon every New Year and other festivals. And that long spear, at this time, Yu Qigong wanted to get one back no matter what. Otherwise, today's matter wouldn't be fun. On the other side, Li Yuan was embarrassed to hide, and he, Alkanon and the others got out from behind the iron gate of the cave leisurely. At this time, Li Yuan's eyes had already been attracted by the big tree not far away. Although it had been extinguished by the people in the workshop, the shocking scene just now still made them feel extremely uncomfortable. And shocked. This was what the Tang dynasty should have. This was simply a divine weapon given by God to the Tang dynasty. Compared with this thing, the long spear just now was nothing. Old master, are you okay just now? Right at this moment, Yu Shinan and the others hurriedly crowded over, sizing up Li Yuan from head to toe as they asked. Li Yuan waved his hand to show that he was okay, and then he waved his hand and said, "It's okay, it's okay." Compared with such a divine weapon, even if it's hurt, it's a blessing. Hearing this, they couldn't help but turn pale with fright. But Li Yuan still waved his hand and said, "The shame of Wei River last time, if we had this thing in the Tang dynasty, how many people would be able to live, and we wouldn't have to suffer the shame of the foreign barbarian." Although Li Yuan and Li Shimin fell out because of the Black Tortoise Gate last time, this matter was a national shame, and Li Yuan could still distinguish between right and wrong. At this time, Yu Qigong rolled his eyes and hurriedly said, "God bless the Tang dynasty. If the Tang dynasty can have such a divine weapon in the future, we don't have to be so scared anymore. This is really a blessing for the Tang dynasty." Zhong Feng couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Looking at this group of fanatics, he couldn't help but criticize in his heart, "I say, whether this thing is a blessing for the Great Tang or not, what does it have to do with you?" Chapter 1591. From a businessman's point of view, they really felt like they were worrying too much. But who were they? They were the pillars of the Tang dynasty. At this moment, it was undoubtedly normal for him to let out such a sigh. At this time, the Tang dynasty had been bullied and robbed by the Turks. Who wouldn't be excited to have this thing? Who wouldn't be happy? Therefore, the actions of these people at this moment were the most normal. Only Zhong Feng didn't know. Li Yuan smiled and didn't explain. He stepped forward and said, "Fengzi, this thing is a cannon, right?" Zhong Feng nodded, but then he shook his head and said, "It's true that he is, but it's also true that he isn't. He's just a tool to test gunpowder. A real cannon can be fired in one shot. Do you see that small hill?" While speaking, Zhong Feng pointed at a small mound not far away that was at least 10 meters tall and said, "That's it. One blast is enough to blow it up." Alkanon couldn't help but exclaim, "Dean, do you think this thing is so powerful?" Looking at the bamboo tube in his hand, Alkanon almost threw it down the cliff. Wei Zheng and Fang Xianling also reacted. They hurriedly pulled Li Yuan away from Alkanon. Seeing this, Alkanon's eyes showed a trace of madness, but more of shock and fear. If this thing was really made, it would be made by him. But because he made it himself that night, he knew better than anyone the power of this thing. In fact, it couldn't collapse a mountain. That was why he asked. Zhong Feng nodded and said, "Of course. This thing is just in its initial state. It can't even be considered a cannonball. Once it's covered with a metal shell and filled with steel needles and iron sand, you can try it." Hiss. Hearing this, Alkanon couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He didn't see the scene of a fish explosion last time. But this thing, Zhong Feng had told him before, the principle of this thing was that it relied on the energy produced by the instant explosion and the instant release of the impact. Although he didn't understand the impact and the power of the explosion. But last time, he really saw Zhong Feng get a glass bottle from Mochiado. Then, he poured some of this stuff into it. Just a little bit was enough to turn a whole vat into powder. That power, now that he thought about it, even a steel pipe could turn red from the explosion. That was the hardest metal he had ever seen, but, if it was replaced with iron, then the power of this fist-sized gunpowder could really flatten this mountain, right? And the most excited at this time were none other than Yu Qigong, Cheng Yarojin, and Li Yuan. The three of them hurriedly pulled Zhongfeng to the side and asked carefully, "Fengzi, let's not talk nonsense first. Just tell us, what kind of cannon is this? You said it could flatten this small hill. Even if you said it could flatten the entire Xiao Mountain, we would believe you. But you have to make this one. Your flowery mouth makes people feel uncomfortable." Zhongfeng's biggest problem was procrastination and bragging. At this time, they saw everything, but he just didn't make it for them. Wasn't that infuriating? No wonder Yu Qigong wanted to beat Zhongfeng up just now. This kid was asking for a beating. However, Zhongfeng also had concerns, although this thing was easy to make. But this was compared to the situation in the future where everything was ready. In this era where you had to do everything by yourself once you opened your mouth, Zhongfeng really couldn't do it. And most importantly, this thing really couldn't be made just because you said so. Especially that kind of cannon. Although the principle was simple, you had to consider many things, such as the caliber, the weight, the range, the length of the barrel, the accuracy, and how many times a cannon could withstand continuous fire before the barrel exploded. These things all needed him to think about and match. After all, he wasn't an arms dealer. If it wasn't for the fact that Chotzi City was an important hub for the trade routes, and if it wasn't for the fact that the old emperor had promised to hand over all the matters of the merchants in Chotzi City to Zhongfeng, Zhongfeng wouldn't have bothered to do it. If this thing was used well, it wouldn't be a problem to rule the world. If it wasn't used well, if this thing was used by those with bad intentions, then the consequences, heh. Go get your lunch box. This was what Zhongfeng was most worried about. Therefore, Zhongfeng delayed as much as he could. Seeing that everyone was asking so seriously, Zhongfeng said, "I said it would take 10 days, but I only need 1 day to make the barrel. The problem is that it needs to be tested. Its range, accuracy, and so on. Don't talk nonsense with me. Just tell me, when will it be done? When it's done, I'm still waiting to make one to play with." Yu Qigong stroked his messy beard as he asked anxiously with reddened eyes. Zhongfeng was stunned. Glancing at Li Yuan, who had a strange expression, he bumped his elbow and asked in a low voice, "Old man, did this guy become stupid from the explosion just now?" Hearing this, Li Yuan shook his head and said, "I think, more or less." Chapter 1592. Yu Qigong's face darkened when he heard that. Cheng Yarojin was quick-witted and pulled Yu Qigong back. In fact, he was as anxious as Yu Qigong. However, this thing could not be produced by being anxious. Instead, the more anxious you were, the less anxious he would be. That was the most worrying thing. Most importantly, if you push it too far, what will you do if you expose yourself? He could only wait for the retired emperor to say something. Seeing that Yu Qigong had calmed down, Li Yuan shook his head and said with some displeasure, "Fengzi will naturally keep this matter in mind. Although old man knows that you are anxious for the comfort of your family members, I can wait." Zhongfeng only remembered when he heard that. He had only met Laro Li's wife and his youngest son. As for the others, he had not met them. Hearing the old master's words, Zhongfeng realized that something was wrong. He asked hurriedly, "Old master, do you mean that Laro Yu's family members are all in Chotzi?" Yu Qigong did not react in time. However, Cheng Yarojin reacted. He sighed and said, "Of course. This old fellow's first wife and an old uncle are all in Chotzi. Many of our warehouses are also there. Do you think he won't be anxious?" This time, Zhongfeng was finally stunned by this solid news. He stopped smiling. He pondered for a while and said, "Well, we can't rush this matter. This is all there is to it, Arkin non." As he spoke, Zhongfeng waved his hand and pointed at Wei Zheng and Cheng Yarojin. "From now on, I won't interfere except for academic matters and related details. I'll leave this matter to them. If you have any problems, you can look for them directly. Also, from now on, share the manufacturing blueprint of this thing with them. It's best if you teach it to anyone they bring here within tomorrow. How about it? Comfortable." So King comfortable. The retired emperor was still the best. A simple sentence was enough to make Zhongfeng fall for it. Li Yuan also felt that it was somewhat miraculous. Zhongfeng was actually so easy to talk to today. But they didn't know that Zhongfeng didn't want to care about this mess for a long time. This thing was like a barrel of explosives. Whoever touched it would be unlucky. If this thing fell into the hands of bad people, hey. He wanted to live for a few more years. Moreover, the manufacture of firearms had always been a business where one's life was at stake. Once the emperor was happy, you would be promoted to an official. However, if you made a mistake, or if this thing malfunctioned on the battlefield, you would lose your head. Even if someone were to protect you, those civil officials would still impeach you. This kind of thing had happened countless times in history. Zhongfeng remembered it clearly, so when Li Yuan came to find him today, he understood this old man's meaning. Then I'll just give it to you. He didn't have to worry about anything and could even earn a sum of money for free. How great was that? At this moment, Zhongfeng was put down by Li Yuan. Li Yuan as well as Wei Zheng and the others crowded around Jin Jinnon, making Jin Jinnon so excited that his whole body trembled. The old scholar lit a cigarette, patted Zhongfeng's shoulder, handed him the cigarette, and used his eyes to signal Zhongfeng to follow him. Zhongfeng stared blankly. This was the first time he saw the old scholar's expression so cautious. Originally, Yu Shenan wanted to follow, but was stopped by Li Gang. The five of them looked at Zhongfeng somewhat responsibly, then looked at Li Yuan and the others, and returned to the villa again. Zhongfeng followed the old scholar to the edge of the grey building. At this time, the grey building was extremely quiet. Apart from the horsetail whisk tied to a thin bamboo pole at the entrance dancing in the wind, there were only the sounds of roosters crowing, dogs barking, and piglets humming. The two of them sat by the stream outside the grey building. Looking at a few loaches and eels in the flowing water, the old scholar said, "Look, how beautiful it is here." Before this old man has always wanted to have such a peaceful environment. Here, there is no longer a hierarchy. Everyone will no longer have to worry about their stomachs. Everyone only has one goal, and that is to become better, to become better. The peace here makes me feel like I'm in a dream. While speaking, the old scholar looked at Zhongfeng solemnly again and said, "Fengzi, the old man doesn't know why you set up this academy, and I don't know whether it's right or wrong. Tell me, what are your plans for the future? If you want to be a great Confucian scholar, then why do you want to bring out military science and these murderous beasts?" The old man has witnessed many wars with his own eyes. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's hell. Have you ever seen such a scene? Hearing this, Zhongfeng took a deep breath and said, "No, I haven't." "Then why do you want to bring out such a thing? Don't you know that the lives of the people now will only truly enter the door of peace and well-being after your phosphate fertilizer is produced? But why do you want to bring out such a thing at this critical time?" Zhongfeng did not avoid the old scholar's eyes, and said firmly, "Because I only want to protect the people I care about." Chapter 1593. Old Shotsai was silent. He looked at Zhongfeng for a long time before he said, "But there's no need to make these things, is there?" Zhongfeng shook his head. "Old Shotsai, it's easy to understand. Since the Han Dynasty, we've been at war with foreign countries. So, they know us very well, and we know them very well. Not to mention other places, just in Chang'an City, there are countless spies reporting to the Tujue from time to time. So, if he dares to attack Chotzi at this time, it means that he knows everything about the Tang Dynasty like the back of his hand. Tell me, do you think 300,000 people, or even more, can win against a small army of 100,000 in Chotzi? Once Chotzi City falls, Longyu Road behind him will be a flat land. Then, the people in Tubo who are in internal strife will seize the opportunity to counterattack. At that time, I, Longyu, will have no chance to defend. At that time, it won't be the Wei River Alliance, but directly. So, if we don't have anything unexpected, how can we defend this city? So, old Shotsai, it's really not my idea. And the current situation is like this. If there's no innovation, I'm not exaggerating, but there's really no chance of winning this battle. Even if there are ballistae and other things now, I have no chance of winning. That's why I made this cannon. I didn't want to make it before. But I also made this thing after hesitating for a long time. I know better than anyone how dangerous this thing is. That's why I hesitated for a long time before giving it to old you." Old Shotsai sighed and said, No. You're wrong. Even so, have you thought about what it means if you really give it to them? It means that you're pushing them to the edge of a mountain of sword. Old Shotsai naturally knew what Yuchi-gong was trying to do. He wanted to help Zhongfeng take the blame for this. The most important thing was to get this thing out as soon as possible. Everything had its pros and cons. The pros were that it could prevent the Tang dynasty's soldiers from suffering too many casualties. The cons were, if there was even the slightest problem with this thing, then everything today would be for naught. Almost everyone involved in this matter was going to lose their heads. At first, the old scholar didn't understand why Yuchi-gong took the initiative to take the blame. However, he suddenly understood after chatting with Zhongfeng and when he was in the forging workshop just now. He finally understood why they had taken the initiative to shoulder these things so many times before. From Li Yuan taking the initiative to step down from his duties as the honorary vice president of White Deer College, to Li Chengqian telling the public that he was the one who did it, and so on. At this moment, they all understood. They were all protecting Zhongfeng and wouldn't be discovered so early by the people outside. As a result, the tree stood out from the forest. However, this was all in other aspects. Everything changed when it came to military matters. Previously, the civil and military officials of the court had been able to share the benefits equally. Regardless of whether it was the white paper, the braised meat, or the fine salt, they were all the same. However, this arms business was related to the safety of the Tang dynasty. Even if the emperor was willing, the hundreds of officials in the court wouldn't allow these things to fall into the hands of a great general. Thinking of this, the old scholar couldn't help but sigh and say, "Fengzi, do you understand this matter?" How could Zhongfeng not understand? In fact, he had thought about these things a long time ago. In fact, he had thought even further. If these things didn't have the emperor's permission, not to mention Laro Li, anyone who came to ask about it would die. Not to mention being able to supervise the production of weapons on this deserted mountain. Their heads would be chopped off at any minute. Zhongfeng also wanted to see what Li Shimin's intentions were. He had done so many things, such a big thing. According to history, if Li Shimin was thirsty for talent, he should have invited him to the palace long ago. But now, he didn't even appear. He even sent a message saying that it was to protect him. Zhongfeng knew that at this time, he didn't dare to show his face. However, people were curious. Once it rose, it couldn't be extinguished. At this time, Zhongfeng happened to be like this. Once the desire rose in his heart, it couldn't be extinguished. Especially this kind of thing. If there was even the slightest mistake, Zhongfeng would definitely turn around and run away. The most important thing was that without the dynasty's arms business, without the emperor's approval, who would dare to do it? At this time, the old man hurriedly asked for the spear and sent it down the mountain. What did he mean by this? He must have sent it to the palace. He sent it to the emperor. Then, old Yu came. This had already proved everything. Ever since the emperor learned that Laro Li and the others went up the mountain and saw the longbow and crossbow with their own eyes, he couldn't forget about this invincible spear. So today, he did this to him. Zhongfeng couldn't help but criticize him in his mind. Chang'an City wasn't far from Xiao Mountain. If it really didn't work, you could have come here. Laro Tzu had been in the Tang dynasty for almost a year, but he hadn't even seen the emperor's face. If it still didn't work, you could have just issued a secret edict and directly asked me to go to the palace to meet the emperor. Did you have to let Laro Li and the others go back and forth like this? Did you have to? Chapter 1594. Zhongfeng felt a headache coming on. He knew that the old scholar was thinking of him. The reason why the old scholar hadn't come to see him for such a long time was not because he didn't have anything to say, but because Zhongfeng hadn't touched the root of the problem yet. The reason why the old scholar came to see him alone this time was that he was worried about his safety. Zhongfeng patted the old scholar's shoulder and said with emotion, "Old scholar, I know you mean well, but there's something I want you to understand. The reason why I made these things was not because I'm hot-blooded or a saint, but because I want to protect the people I like to play and the people I love. Among them are Jingshu, Yu Yu Yao, and you, the old village chief, Laro Li, and the others. Because of these factors, I came up with these things. Now that the world has just settled down, and there are people coveting it. If I don't make any preparations, then I can't be on guard against the eyes in the dark every day, can I? That's why I decided to make these things." And then, the old scholar's eyes were moist when he heard this. But seeing Zhong Feng hesitating, he couldn't help but ask, "So what?" Zhong Feng took a deep breath and said, "So I plan to equip the security guards on the mountain with these things after they are made, and then give them more rigorous military training." In fact, Zhong Feng had this plan early in the morning. But he didn't know the emperor's temperament, so he wanted to test him. Last time, the crossbow and the bow were the guiding stones. He wanted to see if the emperor would let him enter the palace to meet the emperor. But he thought too much. The emperor still didn't make a move. What did that mean? The emperor's wisdom was unparalleled. This was Zhong Feng's guess. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the heavenly Khan and the rule of Zhongguan. How could a coward create a prosperous era? Therefore, Zhong Feng guessed that at this time, the emperor either encountered something difficult or was dealing with the people of the 5 surnames and 7 clans. And he was the key to these matters, so he repeatedly asked Laro Li to come forward. Even Li Xiaogong did not come. What did this mean? This meant that he seemed to have been in the limelight last time. Moreover, Hu Junji was no ordinary person. The faction behind him was an existence that no one could hope to reach. Now, Hu Junji had fallen. However, the people and forces behind him were still there. In order to protect himself, they would definitely do something unexpected. And Li Shimin, in order to protect the royal family and stabilize the various forces, was busy cleaning up his mess. Thinking of this, Zhong Feng had some sympathy for Li Shimin. It's not easy to be an emperor. This tangled web of relationships was enough to give one a headache, let alone the other things. Even Zhong Feng would only be able to chuckle when he thought about it. Zhong Feng's eyes also darkened. Zhong Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. These ancient emperors, if they didn't die of exhaustion in their beds, they would die of exhaustion writing memorials to the court. It would be strange if they could live for so long. What the hell was this thing that they ran into every day? It would be strange if they could live for so long. It was no wonder that Li Shimin's hair had turned white before the age of 40. How could he not have turned white? First, there was the Guanlong group and the 5 surnames and 7 clans, and then there was the Turkic Khaganate and Tubo covetously eyeing him. It would be strange if he didn't suffer. And at this time, let's just talk about himself. The appearance of phosphate fertilizer was certain to affect the businesses of many corporations. Coupled with the matter with Hu Junji, anyone with a brain would know that this was his idea. Now that the news had been leaked, no one would be able to hide it from them. There might even be spies watching him right now. Although these weapons could be hidden for a while, they couldn't be hidden forever. When the war on the border broke out, these weapons were bound to be exposed. At that time, the excitement would be great. Although the emperor had tacitly agreed to the production of this stuff and had stationed the Chang'an garrison at the foot of the mountain, he was brewing it at the foot of the mountain. It wasn't a real defense. Putting aside everything else, just how awesome was the Qin first emperor? Wasn't there still someone who could enter the imperial palace? This was the imperial palace. Where was this place? This was just a mountain, an academy at the top of the mountain. Although there were natural barriers like Mount Yi and the Qinling Mountains, none of this was a problem if one wanted to. Zhong Feng had thought of this long ago. After all, he really didn't want to die. When he thought about how he could invite these scourges down the mountain, Zhong Feng couldn't help but feel much more relaxed. Old scholar, I know what you're worried about. When the time comes, this thing will always be a hot potato in our hands. If we give it to them now, they'll definitely give it to the emperor. Based on what I know, those things were given to the Chang'an barracks, and General Yu Qigong was personally guarding them. This is the safest place. Think about it. On the battlefield, what's the most important place? It's the provisions and supplies, as well as the armory. You've also seen what we have. These are things that will be hunted down for tens of thousands of li. You've also seen how terrifying these things are. The old scholar could no longer withstand Zhong Feng's brainwashing. He hurriedly stopped Zhong Feng and said, I understand what you mean. You mean you want to throw this thing to someone else and be a hands-off shopkeeper? Chapter 1595. Zhong Feng smiled embarrassedly. This was his usual style. Although old Shouxian came alone, he could imagine how comfortable old Shouxian would be if he didn't serve him. Then, when Yu Shenan and Ouyang Zun came, he wouldn't even have the chance to bang his head against the wall. Those people's mouths were comparable to those of ghosts. Zhong Feng admitted that he couldn't handle it. Even a normal person would explode from these endless questions, let alone a few Confucian scholars. At this time, Li Gang and Sun Simiao were not included. If they were included, then he. Seeing that the old scholar was almost settled, Zhong Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Old scholar, you don't have to worry about this. I know what I'm doing. Ever since the incident with Chen Wanli, I've been thinking about how to turn Mount Xiao into a fortress. At the very least, even if something big happens, this mountain will still be able to stand firm. That's why I have these plans. The old scholar was silent. In fact, he had been thinking about this for a long time. Even from the incident in Chang'an City until now, these old guys had discussed it for a long time. But they didn't come to Zhong Feng. After all, Zhong Feng's talent was there for all to see. And Zhong Feng's sophistry and strategic ability were simply better than all the people present combined. But today, the reason why he stood out was because of these things. If these things were used well, he would be a sharp sword that could kill people. But a sharp sword was a sharp sword. When a certain time came, it would become a double-edged sword. When killing the enemy, it would add countless things to fear. And once these things were created, there would be more and more of them. In the end, it would become a counterattack. They didn't want to see Zhong Feng go on the road of no return because of this matter. But now, after hearing Zhong Feng's words, the old scholar understood. Nodding his head, he sighed and said, "All right, I'll go talk to Brother Bosha. We're just afraid that you'll go down the wrong path and harm you. After all, you are now the dean of the White Deer Academy. Behind you, there are countless people who are watching and learning from you. What kind of person you have become, what kind of person will be the people you teach. Therefore, us old men are worried that these things will cause you to lose your way, and cause the entire White Deer Academy to be destroyed." Zhong Feng heard this and hurriedly nodded his head like a rattledrum. Yes, you're right. I've learned my lesson." The old scholar was speechless. He smacked his lips and didn't know what to say. He waved his hand and said with a heavy heart, "All right, you can go. This old man still has to take a look at the situation in the classroom. After all, Ma Ju and those brats are still unable to hold the fort." "Can't hold the situation?" Zhong Feng was a little confused. He asked, "What do you mean?" When the old elementary scholar heard this, he walked with Zhong Feng and said, "It's all because of you. Now all the students are like crazy, imitating you all day long. Even Ma Ju and the others are having trouble teaching them. It's all because of these guys. They have too many problems." Zhong Feng was shocked when he heard this. This wasn't a good sign. At this time, they were already thinking of flying. How could he let this go? Go. I'm going to teach these bastards a lesson." As Zhong Feng spoke, he rolled up his sleeves and walked in the direction of the church. The old scholar was delighted. Zhong Feng hadn't been to school for a long time. Naturally, he had to go. But when he thought of the smelting workshop, he couldn't help but have a headache. "Then, what do you plan to do here?" Zhong Feng waved his hand carelessly. "It doesn't matter. Just watch. By the end of my lesson, these guys still haven't come to a conclusion. After all, those blueprints, even if Algernon were to teach, he would have to teach for more than 2 hours, not to mention gunpowder and other things. Besides, do you think old you and the others came here for the cannon and gunpowder?" The old scholar was stunned. He suddenly remembered the big stone by the lake that was shattered by Li Yuan's spear. Could it be that they also came here for the spear? Zhong Feng nodded with certainty. "That's right. Think about it, old you and the others' sons dream of going to the battlefield to make a name for themselves. Now that they have such divine weapons, but they are all prepared for Li Gan and Jiao Khan. How can they not be anxious? That would be strange. Thus, at this moment, what they want to see the most is that spear. If I were to let them obtain it so easily, Wouldn't it mean that my spear was too cheap? The old scholar was stunned. Then he couldn't help but laugh. You little brat, you're really mean. Zhongfeng laughed and didn't explain. The two of them strolled along the way. The old scholar told him what had happened in the academy during this time. While they were talking, the two of them had already arrived outside the ethics classroom on the first floor. At this time in the classroom, Hao Chujun was asked by more than 30 students. His face was pale, and there was a fine layer of sweat on his forehead. Seeing Zhongfeng arrive, Hao Chujun was surprised and overjoyed. As if he had found a life-saving straw, he hurriedly invited Zhongfeng into the classroom. Then the group of students also hurriedly got up. Welcome, Headmaster. Chapter 1596. Zhongfeng pretended to be serious, just like the class teacher when he was young. He ignored the standing students with a straight face and slowly flipped through the textbook on the podium. He waved his hand and said, Teacher, Chujun, please sit in. The two of them didn't know what Zhongfeng wanted to do, but seeing Zhongfeng like this, Hao Chujun was very excited. It had been a long time since he had listened to Zhongfeng's lecture. Moreover, at this time, these fellows seemed to be flying in the sky. They were a group of people who were hard to please. Looking at Mr. Zihuai following them, it was obvious that Mr. Zihuai had invited his benefactor here. He hurriedly brought 2 chairs over and placed them at the door. And the old scholar, logically speaking, this was the first time he saw Zhongfeng give a lecture, so he sat down expectantly. Zhongfeng's arrival instantly caused an uproar in the teaching area. Everyone knew about it in an instant. He came from afar to give a lecture in Class 1, followed by a cry of surprise. In an instant, all the students were stunned for a moment. Then they exploded in an instant. Wow! The dean is here! Is this true? I remember that the dean has never given a lecture in the classroom before. Get lost, have you forgotten that he fixed the leg of that guy last time? Yes. The leg-fixing incident last time was famous all over the world. I wonder what the dean will say now that he's here. Who cares? Bring a pen and paper and a stool, let's go. This is a rare opportunity. In an instant, the whole teaching area was in an uproar. All the students went crazy, carrying stools with a pen and paper in their mouths and an inkstone in their arms, rushing to the classroom on the first floor. Fortunately, it was on the first floor. If it was on the second or third floor, wouldn't the room be full of students blocking the corridor like a pile of cotton wool? And Ma Ju, Lai Ji, and the others were dumbfounded. Looking at the empty classroom in an instant, the chalk in their hands on the blackboard turned into powder at this time. Teacher actually went to Hao Chujun to give a lecture. In an instant. A few of them couldn't sit still. They all followed the students and squeezed their way over. Although they were now teachers in name, and this term was invented by the dean, they didn't know the difference between them and teachers. However, this was also a kind of affirmation of their status. After all, they were still students. At this moment, he only knew a little more than those people. They were also students. So when they heard that Zhongfeng was teaching at Hao Chujun's place, how could they not be excited? On the other side, in the dormitory area, Chen Chumo and the others, who were numbly knocking on the water wheel and modifying it over and over again, had long been annoyed to death. Ever since they saw the retired emperor and Zhongfeng going to the smelting workshop, they felt like their hearts were being scratched by a cat. After that, everyone heard the explosion. They wanted to go too. However, they didn't follow Zhongfeng's orders. They also saw that Zhongfeng was drunk. If he went there now, he would be courting death. Most importantly, they had heard that Li Chengqian was going to go to Chotzi City with Jiao Khan and Niu Jinda. Fight. Stage. This was what they had been dreaming of all this time. At this moment, they could only watch Li Chengqian and Jiao Khan show off in front of them. How could they not be angry and want to beat them up? Although Li Chengqian had been dealing with the aftermath in the palace. But this Jiao Khan kept swaying around, and he even put on an indifferent look. Don't you think it's infuriating? However, the reality was cruel. The few of them together couldn't beat Jiao Khan, unless they used tricks. That would be a violation of discipline. Once they provoked Jiao Khan, who dared to break down Zhongfeng's door, who would dare to beat him? They could only stare at Gao Khan angrily with hidden bitterness. The point was that this guy actually acted as if nothing had happened and floated around them. Oh no! At this moment, along with a shout from afar, in an instant, the few people who were originally absent-minded had their souls stolen away. Dugo looked at the students who were jumping up and down in excitement, as well as the crowd on the first floor of the teaching block. He couldn't help but jump in fright. Tainyo, what's going on? Did Hao Chujun get into a fight? At the mention of a fight, Cheng Chumo's eyes instantly turned red. He had been working on this water wheel for the past few days and it made his scalp numb. At this time, he had long wanted to find someone to beat up to vent his anger. How could he sit still when he heard this? He picked up the axe in his hand and rushed up. Wei Shuyu, Fang Yi, Zhong Sun, and Yuchi Baolin looked at him. How could they wait? They all picked up their weapons and rushed in the direction of the teaching building. Good Lord, he dared to fight at this time. This was a good opportunity. This was an opportunity that they couldn't get even if they begged for it. When several people rushed to the field without caring about their lives, they realized that this matter seemed to be somewhat unusual. Ma Ju and Lai Ji were relatively short and thin. At this time, they were squeezed out of the crowd and anxiously scratched their ears and cheeks. At this time, when they saw Cheng Chumo and the others rushing over with murderous intent, the two of them were stunned. They hurriedly went forward and asked, I say, seniors, what are you doing? Cheng Chumo stared at the two of them and pointed at the crowd. He asked, you still ask me? Tell me what's going on first. Which bastard dares to make trouble here? Does he want to die? Tell me, who? Lao Tzu wants to tear him apart alive. Lai Ji and Ma Ju's expression froze. They looked at several people suspiciously and then said, you guys, don't know what's going on here? Nonsense. Cheng Chumo rolled up his sleeves and lifted the collar of a student who was about to bump into him. He threw him back and said, tell me, who's so bold? Seeing that the few of them were so confused. Ma Ju and Lai Ji said in a daze, this, you go and ask the dean. The dean is preparing to teach inside, so these people heard the news and came here. What? When Cheng Chumo heard this, he was so shocked that the axe in his hand almost fell to the ground. You said, these people heard that the dean is here to teach, so they came here? Mother **K, isn't this a little too much? At this time, Wei Shuyu and Zhong Sun were dumbfounded. Their eyes were wide open and they hurriedly threw the weapons in their hands to the side. Then, the few of them looked at each other in confusion. Then, Dugo said carefully, why don't we go in and listen? Chapter 1597. When they heard this, they instantly agreed. For the past few days, Zhong Feng had been busy doing something unknown. Zhong Feng had told them about these things before, but they had already returned it to Zhong Feng in their King dreams. At this time, Zhong Feng had told them not to say anything. This made them feel extremely miserable. They went to look for Ma Ju and the others. Fengzi had actually ordered them to keep their mouths shut. Whoever dared to say anything would be beaten up. This was unbearable. In the past few days, the water wheel had been built. However, they did not know where it went wrong. If there was not a problem here, there must be a problem somewhere else. This made them so anxious that they could not stop even if they wanted to. What was worse was that Fengzi refused to say anything even if he died. On the other hand, their father and the people from the Ministry of Works had come to ask several times. Seeing that the time to hand over the phosphate fertilizer was almost up, if they could not get it done by then, forget about being admired by tens of thousands, they might as well be beaten 50 times first. At this time, it was obvious that this classroom was a place for physics classes. At this time, Zhong Feng could actually come. Presumably, even if he did not want to teach in front of so many people, he could not bring himself to do it, right? Hee. The few of them smiled knowingly. At this time, Lao Tzu being shameless was better than not being able to hand over the stuff and being beaten up by their father and the emperor, right? Move aside, move aside. All of you, move aside for Lao Tzu. Cheng Chumo's loud and rough voice exploded in an instant, making the students a little fearful. They instinctively moved aside to make a path. The The crowd did not dare to delay in the slightest and did not dare to offend these people. Zhong Feng, who was in the classroom, also heard the voices outside the door. He knew that his arrival would attract a lot of students. After all, this was his first time teaching in a classroom. Naturally, the students would flock over. However, he did not expect that so many people would come. Moreover, these people finally could not hold it in any longer. Thinking of this, Zhong Feng also temporarily put aside the idea of preparing the lecture. He waved his hand and asked the students to open the front and back doors as well as the windows. In an instant, the students outside the door rushed into the classroom in excitement. Originally, the classroom was designed according to the classroom of the future. A classroom could accommodate 60 people without feeling crowded. In an instant, all the students in the classroom could no longer sit still. Even the old Xiaocai and Hao Chujun were forced to stand on the podium. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry as they looked at the classroom and Ma Ju, Cheng Chumo, and the others who were still squeezing in. Cheng Chumo, Zhong Sun, Wei Shuyu, and Yuqi Baolin valiantly rushed into the classroom. However, the wooden door, they had long disappeared without a trace. Zhong Feng couldn't bear to look at them directly. He sighed and said, "All right, don't come in. If you continue to squeeze, the house will burst." When the crowd heard this, it was no longer crowded. Seeing this, Zhong Feng picked up the chalk and wrote 2 words on the blackboard. "How many?" In an instant, everyone looked at these 2 words and fell into deep thought. Zhong Feng said slowly, "Everyone, do you know the meaning of these 2 words?" Everyone was silent. Zhong Feng was a little disappointed. But at this time, Ma Ju said cautiously, "Teacher, this student seems to have seen this in the textbook before. It seems to be a kind of mathematics." In an instant, everyone came to a sudden realization. Zhong Feng looked around and finally nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad. It seems that you have put some effort into these things." These words were said to Du Go, Cheng Chumo, and the others. At this time, the faces of these people turned red. They wanted to retreat, but they couldn't. Zhong Feng did not pay any attention to them. After all, if he didn't teach them a lesson, these people definitely wouldn't remember. At this time, seeing this, Zhong Feng said slowly, "The so-called geometry is actually the accurate data to calculate the size of an object. The way we usually know how to measure the data of an object is to use the measurement method and then give it a discount. Although this is a method, sometimes, the accuracy of a matter needs to be calculated many times before the most accurate answer can be obtained. For example, building bridges and houses are all places where these things are needed. Today, what I want to teach you is a more accurate calculation method to calculate any part of an object. At least, it can save 30 times the time." Hiss. Everyone could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Mathematics. This thing was originally amazing and extraordinary. Since the invention of mathematics, the time to calculate objects was greatly reduced and it was more convenient. Almost now, measuring land and measuring methods were gradually popularized in almost all places. In other words, the knowledge of mathematics slowly sprouted in the Tang dynasty. And more people deeply believed that at this time, only by studying could they change their status and soar to the sky. Those things, as long as they found a master and learned for a few days, they would know the knack of it. Why did they need to study? And last year, the Imperial College withdrew from the study of mathematics. But there were only 2 or 3 people who came to learn. Moreover, these people were forced to come by their families. They were just going through the motions to cover the emperor's face. Almost everyone knew about this. At this time, seeing Zhong Feng say so seriously, there was something more awesome than mathematics. How could this not make all the students not be shocked? Chapter 1598. Zhong Feng could naturally understand what these people were thinking. But his purpose at this time was to settle down these people's impetuous hearts. Only by not thinking about those exaggerated and unrealistic things could these people go further. Now they were all looking at him. What was his education level? That was a serious university. These people's education level was only equivalent to that of primary school students. If he didn't give them a good blow, they really wouldn't know how to cherish it. It was not good to bite off more than one could chew. At this time, Zhong Feng no longer paid attention to the people's surprise, but listed a simple geometric calculation on the blackboard. He pointed to the blackboard and said, "This is what you have to learn today and even in the future. In addition, I'll give you a word of advice. Before you learn how to walk, don't think about flying." Hao Chu-jun, where is the teaching aid? Teaching aid? The sudden question. Hao Chu-jun was confused. After thinking for a long time, he remembered that Zhong Feng seemed to be talking about some strange rulers that the carpenters spent many days to make. He hurriedly pulled it out from under the desk and handed it to Zhong Feng. Zhong Feng shook his head speechlessly and said, "Today, I'll teach you a simple area calculation problem." While speaking, Zhong Feng drew a square on the blackboard, and then marked its length, height, and width, and then said, "Think carefully about the area calculation method of mathematics. I want it tonight. And the same for you. Whoever can calculate it before Hao Chu-jun, this month's food expenses will be covered by me. What do you want to eat? I'll pay." In an instant, all the students were shocked. They only had food coupons of 30 catties of food every month. These food coupons were universal. Whether it was drinking in the shops at the foot of the mountain, eating meat, or even buying food, etc., they were all universal. But how could they bear to? Most of the people here were born poor. Every month, more than half of the food coupons were converted into food, and then they took it to their families. If they wanted to eat chicken, duck, or fish, they would just look at it and satisfy their cravings. Otherwise, they would directly wait until these dishes were about to spoil and buy them at the lowest price. Now that he heard Zhong Feng say that he would be rewarded with a month's worth of food stamps, wouldn't that mean that he would be able to eat the most expensive food and drink? But at this moment, Zhong Feng continued, "Let me warn you all, White Deer College allows for fair competition. It allows all competition for academic purposes. This is a good thing, but you have to recognize yourselves. You are all students now, and I am the dean. What I have experienced is something you have never experienced. Therefore, you can learn from me, but don't think that you can really become me. Biting off more than you can chew will only harm you." When everyone heard this, their hearts instantly trembled. Everyone hurriedly stood up. Zhong Feng waved his hand and said, "Everything is done one step at a time. People must have the desire to improve themselves. More importantly, White Deer College's rules clearly state that you must respect your teachers. The reason why Hao Chu-jun and the others can become your mentors is because I acknowledge them. If you are not convinced, that means you are not convinced by me, Zhong Feng. I welcome all of you to debate at any time. This is under the condition that you have reason and evidence. However, if you don't have any ability and simply don't like them, and let me see you again, White Deer College is too small, please leave." Everyone's expression changed slightly. At this moment, the old scholar couldn't help but stroke his beard and nod his head. He expressed his appreciation. After a moment of silence, everyone bowed in unison. This student will abide by the teacher's teachings. When Zhong Feng heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief. White Deer College didn't have a rule that prohibited those mischievous people from coming. On the contrary, he welcomed them very much. The arrival of these people would only widen the gap between them and stimulate the fighting spirit of the students. However, he also knew that among this batch of students, many of them were stubborn children from Chang'an City. Most of them were farmers who hadn't seen the world. What did they know? They could only be educated between a heavy hammer and a big jujube. At this moment, Zhong Feng was somewhat emotional about the time when he was beaten up by his teacher when he was in primary school. Thinking about it now, perhaps his teacher was the same when he was in school. Once he thought about the sad memories, Zhong Feng couldn't continue speaking. He waved his hand and asked Hao Chu-jun to come up and do the questions. As he asked Ma Ju and the others to come up, he casually gave them hints and reminisced about the past. The old scholar looked at Zhong Feng with a solemn expression and the things that appeared on the blackboard. He was extremely shocked. At this moment, he looked at the blackboard, then at Zhong Feng and the rest. The old scholar prostrated himself in admiration. During this period, he, Yu Shenan and the rest had been troubled for a long time. They hadn't been able to figure out the reason why. But now, Zhong Feng settled it with a simple sentence. At this moment, the old scholar didn't know what to say. However, he was guessing in his heart. If Zhong Feng came a few more times, or if he personally came to teach these children, wouldn't the effect be great? Chapter 1599. On the other side, Yu Qigong, Cheng Yarojin, Yu Shenan, and the others finally finished looking at the blueprints of all the equipment and that magical bulletproof vest. Everyone was dumbfounded. The new armor was actually very simple. It was just a layer of fine steel wire woven into the shape of an armor. Not only could it reduce the weight, but it also made the wearer more agile. This kind of armor was divided into superior armor. The appearance of the armor was still based on the Mingguang armor. And this kind of steel wire was divided into 2 layers. A layer of cooked cowhide was mixed in to prevent the arrowheads from piercing through the armor. There was another kind. It was the bulletproof vest. This kind of armor only had a heart protection mirror, as well as knee pads, arm pads, shoulder pads, elbow pads, and other parts. The body of the armor was made of ordinary linen. This kind of thing was originally willful enough. It was enough to be inlaid on it. And the strangest thing was that there was a shirt without sleeves. This shirt was made of cowhide. Sometimes, if there was no cowhide, horse skin could be used as a substitute. This thing was made of countless small fish scale-like steel plates at the front and back. Among them, there were 2 huge square pure steel plates at the back and the front. They were as thick as a finger. In other places, there were small palm-sized cowhide bags. There were also a few thin steel plates in them. This was the armor used by the infantry and cavalry that Zhong Feng designed. This kind of armor did not affect the operation of the arms, and it could reduce his burden. It was this kind of armor that made Cheng Yarojin and Yu Qigong very excited. This kind of new armor, as long as there was enough iron ore and, with the increase in the number of people manufacturing it, they dared to guarantee that it would only take a year for an army of 100,000 people to be fully equipped. And it would include that kind of spear, longbow, and other things. But, right now, there were only the original pieces that had been manufactured. Because they had to rush the combat equipment on Chotzi's side, so these armors were almost stagnant. At this moment, when they saw it, they could only look on with envy. Even at this moment, when Yu Shenan, Wei Zheng, and the others saw this thing, they were so shocked that they were speechless. It was hard for them to imagine that if all these things were equipped on a soldier, then, the kind of heavy cavalry that Zhong Feng had mentioned before, could he really succeed? At this moment, Arcanon didn't notice the looks in everyone's eyes. He was still introducing the models that they had made according to the strange things that Zhong Feng had mentioned. This is the Mitsubishi Dart, this is the Flying Tiger Claw, and this is the horse armor. As for these items, the dean instructed that we must produce at least 3 sets within 3 days. A wisp of surprise flashed past Li Yuan's eyes when he heard this, and he asked, "Why?" Arcanon picked up a modified single-handed crossbow and said, "The dean said he made it for 2 brothers." Hearing this, although their eyes flashed with a hint of as expected, they were still somewhat disappointed. Not to mention the other things, just the armor and the long spear in his hand were enough for him to make outstanding contributions in battle as long as he wasn't a fool. Moreover, he was the current crown prince, Li Chengqian, as well as Jiao Khan, whose strength was unknown, but who was able to knock out Yu Qigong's 2 sons, whom he had raised since they were young. Such talents, barring any major accidents, would definitely achieve great military merits in this trip to Chotzi. This brat really thought it through thoroughly. "But you mother f***, didn't Lao Tzu treat you well? Or is it that my kid didn't treat you well? Why didn't you let him go?" At this moment, not to mention Cheng Yarojin and Yu Qigong, even Fang Xianling and Wei Zheng's faces showed some slight anger. Clang! At this moment, Arcanon solemnly pulled out a shining silver sword, waved it with some difficulty, and handed it to everyone. Everyone's eyes were almost blinded by the flash. The appearance of this sword was somewhat like a Mo sword, but it was slightly curved. The back of the sword had a blunt edge like a file, and the other side had a blade edge for a blood groove. The tip of the sword was somewhat similar to a Mo sword, but it seemed to have been cut in half from one side. The slightly slanted edge was sharp, and at the same time, it was more like a sharpened spear that was specially used for piercing. The hilt was made of pure iron, and seemed to be a single piece. The place where the sword was more like an extra iron chisel that was directly cut from the hilt, and stretched out as a guard. And at the edge of the sword, there was a large circle. No one knew what it was used for. The whole thing that looked like a sword and a saber looked quite strange, but everyone knew that. This thing was made for killing people. Li Yuan picked up this sword, shook it, and then asked somewhat aghast, This thing, what is its name? This is the sword that the dean made. I don't know what it is used for, but the dean hasn't seen this thing yet. When he first mentioned it, he was very hesitant, as if he didn't want to make it. Chapter 1600. Actually, back then, Zhong Feng had given Arcannon the blueprints for many types of weapons. In particular, according to the model of the 7 swords in his memory, as well as the kukri blade that was popular in the 21st century and other famous swords. There were also blueprints that were suitable for ergonomics or the model of a great treasure sword that could only be found in games. After all, he was only half-baked. There were some things that he could only say ambiguously. At this moment, this thing that looked like a sword but was not a sword was something that he had designed after considering the current situation, as well as the various types of swords and sabers, as well as the situation that was beneficial to the battlefield. This sword was not a ceremonial sword, nor was it an official sword. Instead, it was used to kill. Thus, almost all of the functions of this sword were focused on one point. That is, to kill. In Zhong Feng's mind, the most ideal users of this sword were light cavalry and heavy cavalry, as well as archers. Once they encounter a special situation, this sword would become their second killing weapon. As for the reason why he had designed a ring behind this sword, that was only half of it. There was still the other half that he had not designed. In fact, it was an iron ring that was locked onto the wrist. The iron ring was connected to a chain, and the chain was connected to this sword. The advantage of doing so was that he could completely control this sword and would not easily lose it. Even if he died, then the enemy would have to spend a lot of effort to be able to use this sword. It was not something that could be used immediately. This was Zhong Feng's original intention in designing this sword. As for the others, Zhong Feng was only thinking about the broadsword that looked as awesome as a door. If this plaything were to be created, Cheng Yaojin's dual axes were swung a few times and he was already gasping for breath like an ox. Zhong Feng believed that the door-shaped broadsword was twice as heavy as Cheng Yaojin's dual axes. Forget about what to do with this thing. Even if you were to carry it around the battlefield, you would be able to tire several people to death. If this plaything were to be used on the battlefield, at this moment. The sword that was displayed before Li Yuan and the others was something that Zhong Feng had painstakingly researched. It was a sword that could slash and stab. A sword that was suitable for the battlefield. Just like Bing Long spear. When the 3 parts of the handle were connected together, it was a long spear, and when it was taken apart, it was a great treasure sword. This thing had a different effect in close combat and on horseback. In Zhong Feng's memory, the Tang army and the Turks were equipped with scimitars. With a single strike, they were instantly reduced to clay chickens and pottery dogs. However, these things were too time-consuming. Therefore, Zhong Feng only asked them to create some model swords first. In other words, it was a sample. At this moment, other than the fact that the tip of the sword was not fully opened, Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong believed that the current state of the sword was enough for it to be used in battle. That was not all. Inside the control room that Arcannon had opened, there were many weapons that had not been assembled or were in the process of being manufactured. For example, there was something that looked like a sleeve protector with a few arrowheads embedded in it. It looked cold and threatening, but that was nothing. What made them feel even more baffled was that. Why is there a whip? A horse whip. Although this toy was useful for beating up bodyguards and local ruffians, could this toy be used on the battlefield? Not to mention Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin. At this moment, even Wei Zhang and Yu Shenan were dumbfounded. But at this moment, Arcannon cautiously closed the door. Then he said, "These are the secrets of my forging workshop. Ordinary people can't even see them. Since the Dean trusts you so much, I won't say anything. However, for the next thing in the forging room, I ask you to keep your mouths shut." Li Yuan and the others were stunned. They hurriedly asked, "Is it inside?" Li Yuan instantly thought of the thing that Zhongfeng had mentioned before. Flamethrower. Although they had heard about this thing for the longest time, they had never seen it in person. At this moment, seeing Arcannon so cautious, they could not help but be a little cautious. But more than that, they were still looking forward to it. What is this thing? To put it bluntly, they had seen the power of the cannon just now. Although this was just a simple cannon barrel made when testing gunpowder, they were not fools. If it was something 10 times bigger than this, that power, it was unimaginably huge. And after showing it for so long, those weapons had been introduced. It was nothing more than some common weapons that had undergone some modifications. Forget it. They could think of this. But they had always been thinking about the flamethrower that Zhongfeng had always admired. This thing was the real deal. So at this moment, seeing Arcannon so cautious, they could not help but look forward to it even more. Seeing them like this, Arcannon reminded them again and again before slowly and solemnly opening the stone door that was the deepest in the cave, which was also the deepest from the ground. In an instant, a wave of hot and humid smell accompanied by an unpleasant smell hit their faces. Chapter 1601. At this time, what appeared in front of everyone was. It was a stone room that occupied an area much larger than any of the stone rooms above. Li Yuan secretly estimated that this place seemed to be as large as the entire forging workshop. It was hard for him to imagine that this forging workshop had only been established for a little more than a month. It was actually able to create such an appearance. Although it looked quite simple and crude, it already had everything that should be inside. There were more than a dozen forging furnaces that were slightly smaller than the ones outside, as well as a long chimney that was chiseled through the walls of the cave leading to the outside, as well as a smelting furnace in the center of the stone room. At this time, a blazing fire was burning, and on the platform at the top, the craftsmen were paying taxes on the smelting furnace. This was the reason why when everyone entered the room, they felt a trace of dampness amidst the heat wave that hit them in the face. Around the smelting furnace, craftsmen had actually carved out some forging holes. Some craftsmen were bending over and carefully hammering these things that were only as thick as a thumb. There were even some craftsmen who had placed small furnaces on the platforms. At this time, they were squatting beside the furnaces, sweating profusely as they fiddled with something. This was the first time that everyone had seen such a strange scene. At this time, they could not help but be amazed. "I say, Alkanon, what are these people doing?" Cheng Yarojin could not help but ask. Yu Qigong had personally led an army to capture them. At this time, he was standing together with Cheng Yarojin. Obviously, these people were not fools. Cheng Yarojin had been stationed in Longyu Road for many years. Naturally, his fame had already spread to all parts of the western region. At this time, when he heard Cheng Yaojin's words, Alkanon instinctively felt a trace of fear. He quickly said, "This stone room is where the secrets of forging firearms are kept. There are more than 30 kinds of components in this room, and each of them is extremely precise. Some of them are even as thin as white paper, so it is quite troublesome to make them. 5 of the people here are top locksmiths of the Tang dynasty. These people have a clear division of labor, and each of them is doing their job. Look at this." Alkanon explained in detail. Then, he picked up a trigger and a linkage buckle from the forging table and said, "Although this thing is small, it's the most difficult to make among these things. It's also the most important part, just like the trigger of a strong crossbow." Arcannon explained the details one by one. The expressions of Li Yuan and the rest also changed incomparably. They were agitated, excited, and worried. What they were worried about was why Zhongfeng chose these foreigners to participate in such a confidential matter. Why didn't he choose the natives of the Tang dynasty? If something were to happen, or if these people were to secretly send such a secret item to the outer realms, he wouldn't be able to escape. Wouldn't that bring a lot of trouble to the Tang dynasty? At the thought of this, Li Yuan's expression was no longer indifferent. He took the opportunity to whisper in Yu Qigong's ear, "Go quickly. Fengzi, get it for the old man." Yu Qigong naturally knew what the old master was worried about at this time. If he didn't ask clearly about this matter, no one would be at ease. What was more, Yu Shenan, Wei Zheng, and the others were here. This thing. Once leaked out, it would be fatal to the Tang dynasty. Before he entered the cave, he had been thinking about the future. Yu Qigong had always thought that this cave was just SOSO. It was just a forging room carved out to save time. But only when he saw the thing here did Yu Qigong completely overturn that idea in his heart. If this thing was placed in the West, it would have been discovered long ago. Before these things could be used on the battlefield, the news would have been leaked out. At this time, he understood more why Zhongfeng first modified the Mitsubishi bayonets, the crossbows, and then the spears and so on. These things turned out to be Zhongfeng's cover for this gun. This thing was the key. As for the cannon, it was the same. Even if there were spies who could find out everything, they couldn't really find out any useful information, such as things that could be forged in this underground forging room. Especially this gun. Even if he could make it. He knew the general appearance and so on. But if he didn't have the parts drawings made by Zhongfeng, how could he make it? This was also the magical part of Zhongfeng. He almost divided these drawings into countless pieces. Each person had a drawing. In this way, almost everyone had a different secret part. Even if there were illegal people who stole one of them, it was useless. The most important thing was that Zhongfeng was waiting for them to steal it. This gun was not something else. As long as there was a problem with one part, it would be scrapped. If it was serious, it would directly explode. If someone else made this thing on the test bench with his permission, then Zhongfeng would be eager for him to make it quickly. Zhongfeng might even give him dozens of carts of gunpowder. Once he exploded the gun. Hee. Chapter 1602. On the other side. Zhongfeng had just finished explaining the importance of geometry and arithmetic, as well as the calculation techniques. Then, he was invited out of the classroom by Cheng Chumo and the others who could not wait any longer. At this moment, there was only a group of people left in the classroom. They stared at the things that Zhongfeng had just said, which they had recorded word for word on a piece of scrap paper. After looking at the last problem of calculating the sum of the area of a square object, everyone fell silent. They carefully savored the mysteries of arithmetic. Previously, they had only been exposed to the simplest multiplication tables, division tables, and simple calculations such as addition and subtraction. They thought that they were familiar with the mysteries of arithmetic. However, after the lesson of the dean, they suddenly realized that they were nothing here. In any place other than the mountains, as long as they wore the uniform of White Deer College, it was like a pass. They could enter and leave Chang'an and the various restaurants and tea houses without queuing. Even in the tea houses, they did not need to pay, so much so that all of them felt like they were floating in the air. What was this? This was a symbol of their status. This was all the face that the dean had earned. This was the pride of everyone in White Deer College. However, after today's lesson, they finally realized that they were nothing. Even at this moment, the old scholar looked at the arithmetic problem on the blackboard with a solemn expression, engrossed in it. At this moment, at the side of the teaching building, Cheng Chumo and the others invited Zhongfeng here. They looked at Zhongfeng with a smile and rubbed their hands. This scared Zhongfeng so much that he thought that these guys were going to kill him to silence him. He hurriedly asked, "You guys, what's the matter?" Yes. Cheng Chumo nodded and said, "Now, the matter of this water wheel is basically settled. However, this water will needs to be changed almost every day. This is not right. However, we have thought of many ways. We even changed it to an iron rod or a steel rod. Although it is effective, it will not last for more than a few days. So, you took the opportunity to find me here?" Zhongfeng asked with some disdain. Although Cheng Chumo wasn't happy, he didn't dare to provoke Zhongfeng at this time. He could only pinch his nose and accept it. However, Dugo wasn't willing. He picked up his notes and argued with Zhongfeng. Dugo was famous for being a chatterbox. That terrifying mouth technique could even make people feel terrified. At the very least, Cheng Chumo and the others didn't dare to fight back. Even Li Chengqian couldn't handle it. At this moment, Dugo's attack was something that they had discussed beforehand. If Zhongfeng did not say anything, then Dugo would do it. At this moment, Dugo and Zhongfeng were in the middle of a heated argument. They tried their best to hold back their laughter. While smoking, they silently calculated the time in their hearts to see how long Zhongfeng could last. Sure enough, in the time it took to finish a meal. In the end, Zhongfeng was defeated. Okay. Brother, I give up. This water wheel is almost okay, but it has a fatal weakness, and that is the transmission device. Before Zhongfeng could finish, Dugo hurriedly asked, Fengzi, what is this transmission device? Wei Shuyu couldn't help but ask, yeah, Fengzi, you should be more clear. If you only say this and that, who doesn't know how to say it? This thing, even if you want me to say it, I can say it too. During this period of time, we have spent countless days and nights, and we still can't get this thing done. You just open your mouth and say this and that. Tell us how to solve it. We are going to deliver the goods tomorrow. What do you want us to do? When Zhongfeng heard this, he was angry and amused. However, at this moment, he knew that if he laughed, he would be beaten up in minutes. Zhongfeng could only sigh and say, do you still remember the lesson I taught you on the night I moved to the villa area? When he said this, their faces instantly turned red. They slowly looked around and started to talk about it. None of them dared to look Zhongfeng in the eye. No, Dugo. Dugo frowned as he flipped through the book in his hand. Then, he said, Fengzi, there seems to be some sort of misunderstanding about this playbook. Back then, I clearly remembered that you had mentioned the method of power transmission and the method of forming the hydrodynamic force. You didn't talk about the construction of the water wheel at all, right? Zhongfeng patted his forehead and looked at Dugo curiously. He leaned forward to take a look at the little book and realized that this guy was actually taking notes. Mother ***. Good guy, who the hell would write a diary? This guy, he actually wrote a diary? However, at this moment, even if he wrote a diary, it didn't matter. After all, he really did talk about this matter. Zhongfeng pointed at the book and then called Cheng Chumo and the others over. He said, come, all of you, come and take a look. I don't believe that you all don't remember this thing. Mother ***, now that Lao Tzu asked you to make this water wheel, don't tell me you don't want it to move. This can move, is it the power unit? In an instant. The few of them suddenly became cheerful. Cheng Chumo patted his forehead excitedly and shouted, Mother ***, so that's how it is. No wonder Lao Tzu didn't see this thing even after flipping through it. So it's because of this matter. Mother ***, Chongzi, Mother ***, you said that this thing. Lao Tzu didn't believe you. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized. Mother ***, it was this guy who said that the construction of this water wheel was very complicated. It was far from a problem of power, it was a problem of some manufacturing process. If they had known that this was a scam, Mother ***, they would have made it long ago. Why would they be laughed at by Fengzi now? The few of them looked at Zhongfeng's speechless expression and then looked at Zhongsun who was about to slip away. Everyone was angry. Dugo was so angry that his beard was blowing and his eyes were glaring. He put away the little book and shouted, Mother ***, beat him up. Chapter 1603. Zhongsun did not even know what was going on. He was pressed to the ground and hammered by someone. Among them, Wei Shuyu, Chen Chumo and the rest were all bark and no bite. Their fists were swinging loudly, but when they landed on their bodies, it was like a tickle. But this bastard Dugo, he was definitely going all out. Every punch made Zhongsun Chong cry out in pain. The key point was that this guy was always looking for Zhongsun Chong's soft flesh. Alright, if you continue, I'm leaving. Zhongfeng could tell. Apart from Dugo who was really angry, the rest of them were just putting on an act. He had no choice but to ask them to stop. By the time everyone stopped, Zhongsun Chong's face had already lost its original appearance. 2 panda eyes and 2 lines of nosebleeds could not be stopped. Zhongfeng felt a headache coming on. He did not hide anything anymore. Originally, he had planned to explain the water wheel to them. After all, Zhongfeng also knew the importance of the matter. The phosphate fertilizer factory at the foot of the mountain was almost finished. He only needed to wait for this set of equipment to be installed before it could be activated. Furthermore, tomorrow was the day that the Ministry of Works would hand over the equipment. If they missed it, then there would be trouble. Zhong Feng knew that all the commoners and officials at the foot of the mountain were waiting for this toy. If they couldn't hand over the equipment tomorrow, there would inevitably be chaos. At this moment, seeing that the few of them had quieted down, Zhong Feng gestured for them to follow him to the villa area. The craftsmen making the water wheel in the villa area were still racking their brains, but as usual, they did not know where the problem was. At this moment, they saw Zhong Feng arrive. Everyone hurriedly stood up and greeted him. Zhong Feng asked them to stand up, then pointed at the water wheel and talked to the craftsmen. Among these craftsmen, there was an old man who used to work in the Ministry of Works. Because of his age and dissatisfaction with the Ministry of Works, he resigned in anger. If Zhong Feng had not found him, Zhong Feng would not have been able to find such a skilled person. However, although this person was very skilled, he was also a stubborn old man. He would argue with Zhong Feng for almost half a day about almost everything, especially when the water wheel was being built. In ancient times, especially in the early years of the Tang dynasty and before the Tang dynasty, almost all the water wheels had straight blades. However, the water wheel designed by Zhong Feng had slanted blades. The most important thing was that one of the blades was positive while the other was negative. The advantage of such staggered slanted blades was that the water wheel moved faster. The difficulty was that doing so would worsen the wear and tear of the entire water wheel. In particular, Zhong Feng had made the axle of the water wheel thinner. Under the premise of only pursuing speed, the degree of exhaustion had also increased. In addition, during this period of time, they had not been able to find the reason, so these little dukes had directly dragged him to do research every day. They had long been tortured to the point of being unable to bear the burden. At this moment, they saw Zhong Feng arrive. Only then did they heave a sigh of relief. They also repeatedly complained that they were ready to go home and retire. They did not want to suffer here anymore. This made Zhong Feng very depressed. At this time, why did these craftsmen not have the spirit of exploration? The craftsmen who had been kidnapped from the western regions were all as if injected with chicken blood when they saw the magical drawings and the magical manufacturing process. This was simply incomparable. Zhong Feng could not say anything. After all, the old master was so old. He could only helplessly say, "Old master, I know what you mean. After this water wheel is built, whether you all stay or leave will be decided separately. Now, let me tell you what's wrong with this water wheel. Look, there's actually no problem with the water wheel as a whole. The problem lies in the axle." As he spoke, Zhong Feng kicked the steel axle that was still swaying. Then, he said, "You can't even fix this thing firmly. Do you think it won't be seriously damaged?" When he said this, the good craftsman frowned and said, "Sir Director, once this thing is fixed, won't it not be able to move?" Zhong Feng chuckled and said, "Do you still remember the 2 rings I brought you?" The old craftsman was stunned. He still did not remember. Dugo remembered. He hurriedly dug out 2 palm-sized steel rings from a pile of scrap metal at the side. When Zhong Feng brought them here, he said that this was the main point. However, no one knew what this thing was used for, so they did not pay much attention to it. Zhong Feng picked up the 2 round things and put them on the steel rod. Then, he hammered them into the axle and said, "Now, you all have to think of a way to fix it firmly in here. After that, don't worry about it. I can guarantee that this thing can be used for half a year without a problem." Zhong Feng did not want to explain this bearing. After all, once this thing was explained, it would take a lot of time. At this time, there was no lubricant, and there was no oil found. Moreover, this thing was driven by water, so there was no need for lubricant. When he said this, everyone still did not understand. However, Zhong Feng was too lazy to explain anything. He yawned leisurely and prepared to go back and have a good afternoon nap. There were too many things to do today. In addition, he was dizzy from drinking and had said a lot of things. At this moment, he was so sleepy that he could not even open his eyes. Just as Zhong Feng turned around and was about to go to sleep, suddenly, He was scared out of his wits by Gong's voice. "Fengzi, you're finally done with this thing? Then, let's go. The old master wants to see you." Chapter 1604. Feng really did not want to do that. However, he did not know when old Yu and old Chen appeared behind him, so much so that he was scared out of his wits. After a long while, Feng recovered and asked in surprise, "How long have you been here?" Gong chuckled and said, "When you arrived, we had just arrived." "What is it?" Without waiting for Feng to finish his question, Gong immediately took action. He grabbed Feng and said, "Let's go, we'll know when we get there." Feng was speechless. He struggled with all his might, but seeing that he could not break free, he could only follow the two to the workshop with a speechless expression. Cheng Chumo and the rest were dumbfounded. After exchanging glances, they looked at the Yuchi brothers and said, "I say, they seem to have been in the workshop for a long time, right?" The Yuchi brothers nodded seriously. Wei Shuyu immediately perked up and said, "Could it be that they have done something shameful in there?" Their eyes lit up, but then dimmed again. What could they have done? It was nothing more than finding something good. At this moment, Du Go said faintly, "Have you forgotten that Li Gan will be going to Chotzi City in 2 days? What do you think they are doing here at this time? Also, don't you want to go and see what that loud noise was just now?" Hearing that, instantly, the few of them became interested and hurriedly followed. "Let's go, let's follow Dad and take a look." After Feng and the rest led Chen Chumo and the rest into the cave of the workshop, Chen Chumo and the rest were dazzled, as if they were Granny Liu who had entered the Grandview Garden. They looked here and there, it was simply too much for their eyes to take in. In the end, the few of them locked their gazes on the shining silver sword in Wei Zheng's hand. That sword. Damn, it's a little cool. They just did not know how powerful this thing was. The few of them waited. After entering the cave on the next floor, they saw a dazzling array of weapons displayed in the cave. In an instant, they couldn't help but stop in their tracks. "Fengzi, these, do we brothers have a share in them?" Their gazes were already attracted by the strange-looking weapons that Gong and the others had seen earlier. When Feng saw this, he instantly became smug. Especially when he saw Gong's pleading gaze. He slapped Gong's hand away and said, "You want it?" How could they not want it? They nodded in agreement. At this moment, Feng's heart was filled with joy. He had been in a bad mood the entire journey when Gong clamped down on him. Now that he had the chance to take revenge, he said, "Take a look. These are all low-class items. The real good stuff is at the bottom." The few people who were choosing their weapons were stunned when they heard this. With Gong and Cheng Yaojin's confirmation, the few of them had a burning look in their eyes. However, Gong still picked up the whip from the pile of weapons and said, "Fengzi, I can tolerate the other items, but tell me, what is this whip for?" "This thing can kill people." Feng looked at Gong as though he was looking at an idiot. "Sun Enyang can kill people with a kitchen knife. What's more, she gave you a chopstick, an axe, and a hoe. Tell me, are these weapons?" Gong was stunned. Feng was right. These things could really kill people. But this whip, no matter how he looked at it, it did not look like it could kill people. Feng could not be bothered to explain. He asked Chen Chumo to take the whip and swing it at a pole not far away. Chen Chumo did not believe it, but he still did as he was told. However, the next moment, when the whip wrapped around the pole, it made a metallic sound. Everyone was stunned. Chen Chumo pulled back the whip, and the steel pipe was pulled back as well. He also saw that the whip had scales as dense as snake scales. What was even more frightening was that there were barbs between the scales. At this time, there were also scratches left on the steel pipe that had been entangled with it. At that moment, everyone could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Damn it, this thing. If it appeared on the battlefield, it would definitely cause trouble if they were caught off guard. Good weapon. Cheng Yaojin could not help but exclaim. Feng said smugly, "Of course. The main material of this whip is made of sheep tendons, cow tendons, and some other special materials. It is then made into a net with steel wires. The scales on the net are pieced together by small steel shavings the size of chopsticks. This thing may not look like much, but once it wraps around you, even the head of a black bear can be pulled off by it. That depends on whether you have the strength to do so. Hiss at even Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but suck in a cold breath when they heard this. Zhong Feng waved his hand and urged, "Let's go. There's nothing good here. Let's go down and see where the essence of this forge is. It's also the most precious thing." However, at that moment, Du Go said in a trembling voice, "Feng Zi." Zhong Feng was stunned and asked, "What?" "I want this whip." Zhong Feng felt a chill run down his spine. This guy was already a bad guy. If he gave this thing to him, although it suited his temperament, it would be terrible if something happened. Zhong Feng shook his head repeatedly. No, this doesn't suit you." Du Go ignored Zhong Feng and took the whip from Chen Chumo's hand and wrapped it around his belt. Zhong Feng could not help but give him a thumbs up. "You're King awesome. Lao Tzu is impress." Chapter 1605. Zhong Feng didn't expect that a person could be so shameless when he became shameless. But today, he saw it for himself. This dabbing really didn't talk about martial ethics. But there was no other way. He also had to have something to defend himself. This whip was undoubtedly the most suitable for him. If he was given a knife, would he be able to use it? What kind of moves would he know? But this whip was different. There was no need for any moves. All he needed to do was to dance, and that would be enough. This was very in line with Du Go's temperament. Zhong Feng stared at Chen Chumo and the others. Seeing that they didn't want to imitate Du Go, he stopped. "Let's go. The old man is probably waiting anxiously," Yu Qigong said somewhat gloomily. Hearing this, the few of them became well-behaved. The few of them were even more curious about what else was down there. When they all entered the cave where the guns were made, everyone's eyes were fixed on what they saw. At the corner of the wall, there were steel pipes for guns. In the middle, there was a furnace as big as a central room. At this moment, it was surrounded by people, knocking on it. Alkanen, Li Yuan, and the others also saw the people who just came in. Alkanen hurried forward and bowed. "Sir Dean, I've explained the general situation here and the things produced here clearly to you." Zhong Feng nodded and let Alkanen do his own thing. Then, he looked at Li Yuan and asked, "Old man, are you satisfied?" "Satisfied. Very satisfied." Zhong Feng nodded. "Then let's talk about the problem of profit now." Li Yuan was stunned. He suddenly understood and nodded with a smile. He thought that Zhong Feng would say something else. How would he know that this guy was actually talking about this matter? Perhaps he did not have a lot of other things, but because of the appearance of the cooperative, as well as the scamming of so much gold and silver from Tibet and the other countries, the current imperial treasury was already incomparably full. Thus, a bit of money was not a problem for Li Yuan. Besides, once these weapons fell into his hands, how much money could he not have? Even if Zhong Feng wanted to choose a state capital, Li Yuan would dare to give it away. He believed that Li Shimin would also give it away. After all, it was this godforsaken Shishan. After being tormented by Zhong Feng for less than 3 months, it had become like this. Moreover, the two markets in Chang'an City combined were not as profitable as this one, and it was not as lively as this one. What if it was a state capital? If Chotzi was given to Zhong Feng, would Zhong Feng be able to turn Chotzi into the most prosperous and most stable city in the west of the Tang dynasty in less than a year? This was also what Li Shimin wanted to see. However, the state capital, they wanted to, but they were afraid that the officials in the imperial court would be dissatisfied, and this brat would directly discover their identities. Therefore, they could only wait for Zhong Feng to speak. At this time, giving Chotzi City's commerce to Zhong Feng was almost the same as giving Chotzi City's lifeline to Zhong Feng. In other words, Chotzi City belonged to Zhong Feng. However, this was just not a clear statement. Hearing this, Zhong Feng thought for a moment and said, "I'll leave the blueprints of these weapons, and equipment, and these craftsmen to you. These people are all treasures. You have to be careful. These people, especially Arkanon and Mokiado, are treasures among talents. I'll still control the forge on the mountain, but it's only used to invent some new things. As for the mass production, I'll leave it to you. Moreover, I'm not sure about the cost of these weapons. You can discuss the specifics among yourselves. I only want half of the profits. What do you think? Li Yuan was silent. Wei Yizheng, Fang Xianling, Yu Shenan, Yu Qigong, and the others were silent. They were still worried whether Zhong Feng would take the opportunity to ask for an exorbitant price, but now it seemed that they were measuring the heart of a gentleman with their own mean measure. Zhong Feng did not think so much at all. At this time, when they heard Zhong Feng say such words, they almost vomited blood. This mother asterisk really only cared about money. Li Yuan was also stunned. After a moment, his expression changed, and he asked somewhat solemnly, "This thing, are you not going to care about it anymore in the future?" Zhong Feng nodded. "More or less. I don't have much time to worry about so much. The matter of the phosphate fertilizer has not been settled yet. I have to deal with it first. Besides, as long as nothing goes wrong in this battle against Chotzi, it will definitely succeed. What's there to worry about? My current experience is to set up this laboratory. When Li Gan and the others return from the battlefield, my laboratory will officially start." Li Yuan nodded, his eyes flashing. In his opinion, Zhong Feng's talent in military affairs was more terrifying than anything else. If this kid really put his heart and soul into one thing, then his achievements could not be limited. At this time, seeing this, the expressions of Yu Shenan and the others recovered slightly. This was what they wanted. This was what they wanted to see the most. Zhong Feng was indeed a talent, but what they wanted to see the most was that Zhong Feng could become a person who benefited one side, and not an accomplice who caused a massacre. This was not good for Zhong Feng. It was also not good for the position of the entire academy. After all, Zhong Feng was the soul of this academy. Once Zhong Feng chose a path, it was destined to make the students of the entire academy the same. Li Yuan did not expect Zhong Feng to be like this. He asked tentatively, "Now that these things have almost been manufactured, what else are you going to do?" Chapter 1606. Li Yuan asked what almost everyone wanted to ask. But the timing was not right before, so everyone did not ask. Now that the topic had reached this point, naturally everyone wanted to hear it, especially Yu Shenan and the others. They knew that the old scholar had asked Zhong Feng to go, and they also discussed it before letting the old scholar go to Zhong Feng for a heart-to-heart talk. After all, the relationship between the old scholar and Zhong Feng, in the eyes of outsiders, was simply like that of a new father and son. At this time, seeing that Zhong Feng was asked about this matter, several people were also somewhat expectant. After all, just now, Zhong Feng had already handed over the matter of these firearms to the retired emperor. At this time, when he opened the laboratory again, several people were also very confused, not knowing what Zhong Feng wanted to do. However, Zhong Feng shook his head at this time and said, "I haven't thought about this matter for the time being, but one thing is certain, it is dynamic." Dynamics? Several people were dumbfounded. Yu Qigong scratched the beard on his chin and asked, "Is it the kind of hydrodynamics that you mentioned?" Zhong Feng waved his hand and said speechlessly, "We can't keep talking here, right? Don't you feel hot?" Hearing this, only then did everyone come to their senses and hurriedly went out of the cave with Zhong Feng. Once out of the cave, Alkanon had already placed a table of sumptuous wine and dishes on the spacious flat ground outside. Seeing this, Li Yuan gave a thumbs up. Now Zhong Feng only lacked 3 bowls of wine. Once these 3 bowls of wine were in his stomach, Zhong Feng would not be him anymore. And on the shelf next to the wine table, at this time, were the various samples of the produced weapons that they saw just now. At this time, Zhong Feng was also a little surprised. However, when he saw that everyone in the smelting workshop came out and looked at everyone with burning eyes, it seemed that it was very obvious that they wanted to wait for Zhong Feng's inspection. Zhong Feng was also not polite. They began to comment one by one. When Zhong Feng picked up the sword and waved it twice, Yu Qigong excitedly asked, "Fengzi, you said that these things were given to the patriarch? It's not too much to ask for one now, right?" Zhong Feng stared blankly. He used the knife to point at Li Yuan and chuckled. "You'll have to ask the old man about this. These things are all his." Hearing this, Yu Qigong withered. Looking at the whip on Dugo's waist, he wished he could slap himself a few times. Just now, if he had been a little thick-skinned, he would have gotten nothing. However, there was no chance now. The eyes of Cheng Yarojin and Cheng Chumo darkened. How could Li Yuan not see their appearances? He snorted coldly with mild anger on his face. In an instant, these people became well-behaved. This was still under the situation of not knowing their identities. If they knew their identities in the future, wouldn't that brat Zhongfeng make fun of them? A dignified general was actually moaning and groaning here for a little bit of foreign object. What a scandal. Before the Battle of Chotzi is over, no one is allowed to have these weapons. These are things that the imperial court wants. I'm afraid you don't want your heads anymore. Li Yuan's words contained a trace of threat, and within these words, everyone could even faintly smell a trace of the retired emperor's majesty. They couldn't help but tremble all over, and they hurriedly bowed. We understand. Hearing that, only then did Li Yuan slowly nod his head. If you want these things, go and ask Fengzi. After all, these things will be brought down the mountain in the future. The old man does not care about what happens on the mountain, and neither can the imperial court. As long as you don't take them out to show off, there won't be any problem if nothing happens. Li Yuan's words instantly let everyone see a glimmer of hope. After all, these things were Zhongfeng's. Now, other than the emperor and the retired emperor, the only one who could use these things was Zhongfeng. At this time, Zhongsun and Wei Shuyu both looked at the long spear at the same time. They were so envious that their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Cheng Yarojin was stunned for a long time. In the end, he only reacted when Cheng Yarojin kicked his knee. He looked over and saw that Cheng Yarojin was talking with Wei Zhang as if nothing had happened. At this time, he saw Zhongsun and Wei Shuyu's eyes, then looked at the Fangyi Ari and Yuchi brothers who were circling around the Dugo. His eyes rolled and he hurriedly poured a big bowl of wine. He patted Zhongfeng's shoulder and said, "Fengzi, you too, let's drink." Zhongfeng was about to fall asleep at this time. At this time, seeing such a big bowl of wine, how could he not know what Cheng Chumo was thinking? His eyelids jumped and said, "Drinking wine is okay, but there needs to be a way, right?" This, Cheng Chumo was stunned and scratched his head. After a moment, he suddenly said, "Didn't you help us a lot today? You solved the biggest problem of the water wheel. Just for this, we have to drink a bowl." At this time, Wei Shuyu and the others also came back to their senses. They hurriedly picked up the wine bowl and imitated Cheng Chumo. They picked up the bowl and wanted to compete with Zhongfeng. At this time, Zhongfeng's scalp instantly went numb. If he drank this, wouldn't he kick the bucket? This was a pure grain wine with 45% alcohol content. If he really drank it, wouldn't it be a big problem? At this time, Li Yuan also advised with a smile, "Fengzi, it's rare that they have good intentions and you drank it." Zhongfeng was instantly speechless. He wished he could slap his own mouth a few times. This matter, how did it become like this? Chapter 1607. He couldn't drink the wine at this time. If he drank it, it would really kill him. Zhongfeng wouldn't dare to drink it even if he died. He could only wave his hand and say, "I'm not good at drinking, I'm not good at drinking. By the way, don't you want weapons? Tell me, when I'm free, I'll make it for you personally, okay?" Hearing that, even Yuchi Gong's eyes couldn't help but light up. Seeing that the two Yuchi brothers were a little dull, he was so angry that he directly kicked each of them. In an instant, the two staggered and fell into Zhongfeng's arms. It scared Zhongfeng. At this time, how could Zhongfeng not know that old Yu was anxious? He was a little speechless. "Okay, I'll agree to this. It's rare to be happy today. What do you want? I'll get it for you." "Ha ha ha, that's what I call a brother." Yuchi Gong laughed loudly and said, "Good brother, I don't want anything else. I just want this spear. Double the weight and make one for me. As for my two brats, you can do as you see fit." Ha ha ha. Zhongfeng had a headache. This spear was now 32 catties and 7 tails. "So, you still think it's light?" Although he was speechless, looking at the tens of thousands of wine in front of him, Zhongfeng still gritted his teeth and agreed. "Anyway, this thing, As long as the grinding tool came out, it would be a piece of cake. Say it, old Chen, what do you want? Cheng Yarojin glanced at Li Yuan, then looked at Wei Zhang and the others. Seeing that they didn't speak, he said, I want a big axe. Zhong Feng was confused. He asked, what do you want an axe for? Chopping firewood? Fut. Yu Qigong couldn't help but burst out laughing. Cheng Yarojin was so angry that he wanted to beat him. But he still said seriously, I admire General Cheng Yarojin, so I want to get an axe to play with. Okay. This was a reason. Zhong Feng nodded. Zhong Feng naturally admired Cheng Yarojin, so it was natural for him to have fans. But history had different opinions about Cheng Yarojin. Furthermore, this battle axe had existed for thousands of years and had evolved into various models. At this moment, he couldn't help but ask, then, is this axe a double-sided axe or a single-sided axe? Is it a long-handled axe or a single-handed axe? Cheng Yarojin stroked his beard and said, anything is fine. Ha ha ha, anything is fine. Look at my body, you should know what style I like. Zhong Feng was speechless. But this was for the best. Without a specific form, it would be much easier to operate. After that, Zhong Feng asked Wei Shuyu a few more questions. Wei Shuyu, Cheng Chumo, and Zhong Sun also talked about how Zhong Feng wanted to train them to become the ultimate soldier. Zhong Feng had no choice but to promise them that he would give them good armor and equipment from head to toe on another day. What Zhong Feng couldn't figure out the most was that Wei Zhang and the others actually came up and asked for weapons and bulletproof vests. This made Zhong Feng a little suspicious. Were these guys going to take these good things out and sell them on the black market? But since they were bragging, Zhong Feng could only bite the bullet and agree. Only then did everyone start drinking with a smile. Seeing this, Zhong Feng hurriedly got up and left. If he didn't leave now, he would probably be emptied out. No one stopped him this time. They all persuaded Zhong Feng to quickly go back and rest. This made Zhong Feng once again feel emotional about the fickleness of human nature. Once Zhong Feng left, the faces of Li Yuan and the others instantly changed. A good wine party instantly became heavy. Li Yuan put down his wine cup and said in a heavy voice, if there is any news about what happened here today, I will definitely not let any of you off. Do you understand? In an instant, everyone's expression changed. They hurriedly got up and bowed, but were rejected by Li Yuan. Everyone understood this. Especially Wei Zhang, Fang Xianling, Yu Qigong, and Cheng Yarojin. At this time, the war was already imminent, and it was also the time when the secret agents of both sides were moving the most closely. At this time, Li Yuan and Li Shimin were wondering whether Xiao Mountain's secret had been sent to Chotzi, which made Tuli so difficult. Or maybe it was because of this Hu Junji matter. But, the best way to deal with this matter was to erase all information here. Today, Li Yuan thought that he would have to spend a lot of effort to persuade Zhong Feng to give up the production of these weapons and equipment. But he didn't expect that Zhong Feng was born in the year of the dog. His sense of danger was always so sensitive. He didn't expect that he would actually agree. This made Li Yuan somewhat puzzled. At the same time, he also wanted to know what the old scholar said to Zhong Feng just now. But this was not important. What was important was that at this time, the matter had already happened, and these people had coaxed and pestered Zhong Feng to get so many things. Although he would definitely not give them to them for the time being, they would definitely get into their hands. These guys, none of them were easy to deal with. When they were drunk and pretended to be cool, once that thing was leaked, it would be an irreparable blow to the Tang dynasty. That was why Li Yuan was so cautious. But at this time, the more Li Yuan thought about it, the more he felt that this matter was too serious. He hurriedly got up, looked at everyone, and said, let's go back. Chapter 1608. Dong. 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 The next morning. The morning bell rang. In an instant, Chang'an City, which had been silent for the whole night, became lively again. The Ministry of Works was the most active. When the city gate opened, more than 100 people from the Ministry of Works and more than 50 large carts drove out of Chang'an City. Those who knew about this knew that they were going to White Deer College in Xiao Mountain to get something. And it was something important for the phosphate fertilizer factory. So early in the morning, the commoners didn't eat breakfast. Instead, they held their bowls and squatted at the door to watch the show. In the past, those who went out to walk their birds and dogs were nowhere to be seen. Everyone was huddled in a corner, watching the carriages leave the city. Outside the Tonghua Gate. At this moment, the moment the city gates opened, the sound of firecrackers louder than the morning bell rang through Chang'an City. Everyone knew that today's big event was that the phosphate fertilizer factory was going to open. This also meant that this year's grain harvest was going to be bumper. This was the most important thing for every citizen. It was also the most exciting thing for them. Although they hadn't used the phosphate fertilizer yet, the people who got the malt by chance last time all carefully planted it in their homes like it was a treasure. Every morning and evening, they would go to see it. Under everyone's expectant gazes, this wheat sprout grew even more sturdy. In just a few days, it was already as long as a finger. The most important thing was that it was sturdy. It was as fat as the tip of a chopstick. How could the people not go crazy? The malt sprout had never disappeared in Chang'an City. Every day after dinner, people would talk about it. This was the most exciting thing for them. And today, the phosphate fertilizer factory was finally going to officially open. How could the people of Chang'an City not go crazy? Outside the Tonghua Gate. When the gate opened, a large number of people swarmed out. In such an anxious wait, 2 hours later, the ministers from the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Appointments, the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of Agriculture, and the other ministers who had just finished the morning meeting arrived one after another. In the small town outside Chang'an City, no one knocked on Zheng Tufu's door anymore. At this time, the sky was only slightly bright. Almost everyone was at home feeding the pigs and carrying bags of pig feed in preparation for the day's sale. When he heard someone knocking on the door, Zheng Tufu was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly opened the door. Zheng Tufu was stunned when he saw the person at the door. The person who came was none other than Niu Weili, the old master of Chang'an County. Niu Weili went straight to the point and asked, "Old Zheng, Laro Li and the others asked me to ask you if you're selling this big fat pig. Today, Fengzi's phosphate fertilizer factory is operating. Laro Li and the others are preparing a banquet for everyone. Your pig is the staple food. You're saying that Fengzi did this?" Zheng Tufu naturally knew about the phosphate fertilizer factory. He also knew about what happened outside Tonghua Gate, but he never saw Zhongfeng's shadow. After asking around, he found out that these things were made by Laro Li and the others, and not Zhongfeng. But now that he heard it, Zheng Tufu was a little surprised. Niu Weili's expression was a little strange when he heard that. "You're saying that this thing caused such a big commotion in Chang'an City. Who would dare to do this without Fengzi's approval?" When he said that, Zheng Tufu slapped his forehead in agitation and said, "We're not selling this pig." Niu Weili was anxious when he heard that. This was what old Chen had personally told him last night. If he didn't do this well, he might be in trouble. Because old Chen had also sent a letter from the censorate. "This, brother, old Zheng, big brother Zheng, this is not up for discussion. This, just name a price. How much are you selling it for?" Zheng Tufu still shook his head. "Not selling." Niu Weili was furious. He rolled up his sleeves and shouted, "Hey, you idiot, this is an order from the higher-ups. They insisted on naming your pig. Do you know what this means? This means..." Before he could finish, Zheng Tufu's words almost choked him to death. Zheng Tufu said leisurely, "This pig is not for sale. In my courtyard, there are 15 big fat pigs of about 200 catties. Just tell me how many you want. Do you want me to slaughter them for you here, or drag them to the phosphate fertilizer factory? I'll give them to you, but if you pay, Laro Tzu won't sell even a strand of pig hair." Niu Weili was stunned. He couldn't wrap his head around it. He asked in a daze, "What do you mean by this?" Zheng Tufu waved his hand and chuckled. "Look at me. If it weren't for Fengzi, I, Zheng Tufu, would still be a butcher. All of this is thanks to Fengzi. Especially these pigs. If it weren't for Fengzi's idea, if it weren't for him giving me a way to make money, do you think I would dare to dream of such a good job in my entire life?" Nyo Whaley smacked his lips and didn't know what to say. He knew about this. After all, he was also a beneficiary back then. If it weren't for Zhongfeng, where would he have a few hundred mu of fertile land now? Where would he have those mansions in Chang'an City? Even if he worked as a county magistrate his whole life, he wouldn't be able to get it. Chapter 1609. Early in the morning. The people of Tonghui Lane were in an uproar. Early in the morning, the old village chief put on a new soapy robe that he had not worn for a long time. He stood on the street in high spirits, leaning on his walking stick and shouting. Beside him, Ma Xinliang was beating the gongs and drums with all his might. At this moment, the old village chief seemed to be 10 years younger. His back was not hunched and his eyes were not blurry. At this moment, he was already surrounded by a group of Chang'an merchants. At this moment, the old village chief felt that in his 70s, Mr. Bo Shu had said that people were past their prime. But at this moment, he suddenly felt that life had just begun. It was exceptionally wonderful. At this moment, he had entered the peak of his life, because, today, the big banquet at the phosphate fertilizer factory at the foot of Longshu Mountain was unexpectedly held by the people of Tonghui Lane. What was this? This was the emperor's favor. This was the emperor's favor to Tonghui Lane. This was a rare opportunity. If it was done well, then everyone in Tonghui Lane would become superior. They would no longer be lowly slaves. However, today, the old village chief knew early in the morning that the emperor would not come to the banquet at the phosphate fertilizer factory. That lazy Feng Zi would not come either. After all, he was still sleeping at that time. When he thought of this, the old village chief was a little angry. However, what made him tremble with fear was that although the emperor would not come today, the people who came today were either rich or noble. There were also a large number of merchants and foreign businessmen from various prefectures. And today's staple food was a pig banquet that was held by the people of Tonghui Lane Ewe pork. Although this thing, after going through Zhongfeng's hands, was no longer the smelly and disgusting thing it was before. However, the reputation of this pork was not very good. In such an important occasion, the emperor actually ordered that they must eat pork. This made the old village chief especially cautious. If something went wrong, he would be, hee. Don't say that I'm famous. If I don't get my head chopped off, then I'll thank the heavens. When he thought of this, the old village chief became even more anxious. Leaning on his walking stick, he shouted at Zhu Zi, who was shrinking his neck and rubbing his sleepy eyes. Zhu Zi, where are your parents? Are you still sleeping? Zhu Zi was shocked by the old village chief's words and almost didn't recognize that the person wearing a black gown was actually the old village chief. He muttered in shock, "You are the old village chief. How did you become younger?" Even though the old village chief's heart was as sweet as honey, he still shook his walking stick in mild anger and asked, "Where are your parents?" Only then did Zhu Zi react. He pointed in the direction of the tavern and said, "My father and mother are in the tavern. They said that if a big shot comes today, Aya." The old village chief's expression became anxious when he heard that and said, "Still packing up for what? What time is it now? Tell your parents to go to Chang'an Hotel and invite a chef, especially the braised ingredients. Don't forget." Zhu Zi shrank back, cheered, and ran away. The old village chief was so anxious that he ran around in circles. He sorted out the matter again and saw that the people of Tonghui Lane had all gone in the direction of Tonghui Gate. He still felt uneasy and was willing to spend money. He hired a carriage and hurriedly rushed to Xiao Mountain. A moment later, the old village chief and Ma Xinliang appeared at the door of Zhongfeng's villa. He raised his walking stick and was about to knock on the door when Ma Xinliang hurriedly stopped him. "Old village chief, look at the time. If we knock on the door at this time, we will have to knock for 2 hours." The old village chief's expression also froze. He just remembered that Zhongfeng had a temper when he woke up. Once he lost his temper, let alone asking questions, he could do anything. However, he still felt unsafe if he didn't ask Zhongfeng about this matter. In the end, he waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about it. This old man knows that kids temper very well. It won't be a big deal." As he spoke, the old village chief began his long journey of knocking on the door. After waiting for a full hour, Little Queer went downstairs and opened the door in a daze. Before she could get angry, she saw that it was the old village chief and hurriedly asked, "Old village chief, why are you knocking on the door so early? The young master hasn't woken up yet." The old village chief glared at Little Queer. When he turned around, he found that Ma Xinliang had already run away without him knowing. The old village chief was so angry that he cursed in his heart. Then he said, "The phosphate fertilizer factory started work today. The factory is holding a big banquet today. Old man is here to ask if Fengzi wants to go." While he was talking, the unwilling Zhong Feng was pushed downstairs by Jingshu. "I say, old village chief, this is such a trivial matter. Do you have to wake me up before the sun has even risen? Isn't it just a big banquet? You can just do it." When the village chief saw Zhong Feng come downstairs, he hurriedly pulled Zhong Feng to the side and said, "Fengzi, I didn't mean to wake you up. Look, this is a big matter. Last night, the Ministry of Works personally sent a letter saying that the emperor personally gave the order for the old workers of Tonghui Fang to organize the banquet." Zhong Feng yawned and leaned against the wall in a daze. He lit a cigarette and said, "This is just a small matter. You can do it." The old village chief hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Logically speaking, it's really no problem to leave this matter to us. But the problem is that the emperor specifically said that he wants to have a pig banquet. You know how this pork is. Without your braising ingredients, it's nothing. Besides the nobles from the imperial palace, there's also a large number of famous clans from the various prefectures, as well as those merchants and envoys from outside the realm. If something goes wrong, won't we lose our reputation?" Before Zhong Feng could finish his yawn, he asked, "You said, this is some kind of pork? I remember that there was no more pork there, right? This pig banquet." Chapter 16:10. Zhong Feng finally woke up from his drowsiness. Pigs, there were not many left on the deserted mountain. Even in Tonghui Square, not many people had pigs. Even if they started buying last night, they would not be able to buy such a large quantity. The most important thing was, Zhong Feng had already expected that this matter would attract countless merchants, as well as foreign merchants. What was this? This was the result that Zhong Feng wanted. But at this time, was the emperor's head kicked by a donkey? Did he want to have a pig feast? Although pork was recognized by almost everyone in Chang'an, it was all based on his reputation. What about other people in Chang'an? What did these people know? If something were to go wrong, then we might not even be able to keep our heads today. Not to mention anything else. Seeing that the old village chief was hesitating, Zhong Feng narrowed his eyes and asked, "Old village chief, don't tell me that you haven't settled the pig matter yet?" The old village chief shook his head and said, "The pig matter is settled. The key problem now is that this is a phosphate fertilizer factory. This is the first time in our Tang dynasty that something like this has happened in hundreds of years. If we mess it up, won't we regret it to death?" "Wait." Zhong Feng stopped the old village chief and asked, "This pig, it's Zheng Tufu's." Zhong Feng's eyes widened when he heard this. "What? You're saying that these pigs are Zheng Tufu's?" The old village chief looked at Zhong Feng in surprise and said, "So, you forgot about this matter?" Zhong Feng's face stiffened. He had not only forgotten about this matter, it was as if he had completely forgotten about it. If the old village chief had not mentioned it, he would have really forgotten about this matter. At this time, he remembered that it was indeed him who had asked Zheng Tufu and Ma Ju to go down the mountain to do a side business, which was to push this breed of pig out for him. It seemed to have been 2 or 3 months. Logically speaking, this pig should have been out of commission. But the strange thing was that he did not receive any news about this matter. Instead, the emperor heard about it. What he did was simply, at this time, the old village chief said earnestly, "Fengzi, you are the head of the family and the head of the hospital. Originally, you have the final say in these matters. However, you have a large family business and are also careless. If we don't help you a little, who knows if those black-hearted people will give you." Zhong Feng felt a headache as he listened to the old village chief's endless chatter. Zhong Feng remembered that he hadn't heard this kind of nagging for a long time. Ever since he went to university, he rarely heard it. At this moment, Zhong Feng felt that it was somewhat familiar and also somewhat heartwarming. This is what a family should be like, right? But there was no going back. The old village chief continued, originally, if you don't like listening to this old man's nagging, you can just say it. We won't talk anymore. Zhong Feng grabbed the old village chief and invited him to sit down in the central room. Then, he glared at little Kui and said, don't you have any eyesight? Hurry up and serve the old village chief some tea. Little Kui pouted her lips so hard that one could hang a pot on it. The old village chief was flattered and waved his hand. No, no, no. That, Feng Zi, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about business. The people who came this time are all nobles and officials. There are even nobles from the imperial palace. These people are all people who can control our life and death with a stomp of their feet. Although you are the dean now, we still have to make friends with these people, right? So, no matter what the reason is, we have to properly talk about this matter today. If something goes wrong today, it will be a big deal. We will lose face in front of the foreign barbarians. This is not good for our business. This pork isn't anything good to begin with. If something goes wrong, or if it isn't handled properly, logically speaking, this meat needs to be marinated for an entire night before the smell can be absorbed and the stench can be removed. However, there isn't enough time now, so I'm still a little worried about this pork. When Zhong Feng heard this, he finally understood what the old village chief was worried about. He was worried that the smell of the pork would provoke public anger. Zhong Feng smiled faintly. After comforting the old village chief, he said word by word, Old village chief, what you said is not without reason. This banquet will have a great impact on the reputation of our academy and our business in the future. The emperor allowed us to host this time, which means that the emperor trusts us. When the old village chief heard this, his expression became even more anxious. Zhong Feng hurriedly waved his hand and calmed the old village chief. Don't be anxious. Let me finish. Zhong Feng smacked his lips and said, do you still remember those craftsmen I found? When he said this, the old village chief instantly remembered that when Zhong Feng really did let Lao Li's son go to the imperial palace to find an old eunuch called Old Gao. Now, if anyone dared to call him Eunuch Gao, that old fellow would fight with his life. But later, Old Gao lived in the grey house. That was the first house on the mountain. After that, the braised meat and food factory appeared. Then, the pigs on the mountain disappeared. Even Zheng Tufu's entire family had disappeared. Could it be, did they go out to cause trouble? Without waiting for him to ask, Zhong Feng continued, don't worry about this for now. In short, just remember this. For this banquet, just do as you normally do. Also, there won't be any fishy smell. In short, as long as this banquet is done well, the old and young of Tong Hui Fang will be able to earn a lot of money. At this moment, this was the only thing left in the old village chief's mind. He did not think that Zhong Feng would actually say this. At this moment, even if he had a stomach full of worries and words, he was shocked by these 3 words and swallowed them back down. His face that was full of worries instantly turned from worry to joy. Suddenly, it became a face full of excitement and joy. Then this old man will go back to work. You continue. When this old man returns, this old man will personally host the banquet for the young master. As he spoke, the old village chief ignored Zhong Feng's ugly face and ran away. Chapter 16:11. He didn't ask Zhong Feng for details. There was no need to ask. When it came to making money, they were all younger brothers. In short, Zhong Feng was right. If Feng Zi said that they could make money, then they would definitely make money. In terms of making money and doing business, the old village chief admired him very much. Because at this moment, the smile on Ma Xinliang's face, which was full of booklets, didn't disappear at all. When the 2 of them hurriedly got into the carriage and rushed all the way into Chang'an, the old village chief slapped his forehead and said, I have to hurry to Zheng Tufu's place to take a look. If something happens to this kid, No, Xiao Ma let's go to Zheng Tufu's place to help. Ma Xinliang was dumbfounded. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by the old village chief's nagging. He said, no, we have to invite a few more people. Let's go together. Oh right, Xiao Ma do you know where Zheng Tufu is? About the banquet. In fact, Zhongfeng understood that this was because of the emperor's property. More importantly, it was because of the arms business. Yesterday, he just handed the matter over to Laro Li and the others. Last night, an imperial edict came and handed over the banquet to them. What did this mean? This meant that the emperor didn't want to owe him a favor. This made Zhongfeng very depressed. Was it so difficult for Laro Tzu to make him owe him a favor? However, it was useless to think too much at this time. Who was the emperor? How could that brain of his not know Zhongfeng's plan? Otherwise, wouldn't it be great to directly hand over an imperial edict to a first-rank official? However, just as Zhongfeng had guessed, the emperor was so smart that he would not see him before he solved the problem of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Just as the old man and Yu Shinan said, the higher one stood, the harder one fell. This is His Majesty protecting us from being noticed by others. His protecting us. Zhongfeng didn't know whether he should thank Huang or curse this fatuous ruler for being blind. However, Zhongfeng only dared to think about these things in his heart. Even if he was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to do so. Fengzi, why don't we join in the fun? Just take it as a farewell for me. At this moment, Li Chengqian's voice sounded from outside the door. Li Chengqian was still wearing a pure white robe. Although the weather wasn't hot, there was still a trace of coldness in the early morning. However, he was still waving his fan pretentiously. Little Kui who was standing at the door, was mesmerized by him. Zhongfeng was so angry that he pulled little Kui's braid and said, "Wipe your saliva." Hearing this, Xiao Kui exclaimed and ran upstairs to find Zhong Yuyao with a blushing face. At this moment, Zhongfeng stared at Li Chengqian speechlessly and said, "When will you change your pretentious style? I'll call you brother, okay? Look at you, I'm wondering if I should open a fan stall. What the hell did you do to the atmosphere of the academy?" Li Chengqian shrunk his neck and hurriedly put away his fan. He chuckled and entered Zhongfeng's villa. Minding his own business, he drank the cup of hot tea that the old village chief didn't drink just now and said, "Today, there are many high officials and noble people, as well as those beautiful young ladies from the capital, coming. I heard that they all know that although you have 3 daughters, you are unmarried, so they all want to see your peerless beauty. How about we go together?" Zhongfeng was a little confused. He pointed at his own nose and said, "Me? Just me?" However, the next moment, Zhongfeng looked around and asked, "Are you sure?" Li Chengqian rolled his eyes and chuckled. He didn't say anything. Tai Niu and the others are ready. Ma Ju, Hao Chujun, and the others are also ready. They are practicing the dance under Da Bing's guidance. They are ready to shine today. Zhongfeng took the fan from Li Chengqian's belt and knocked on Li Chengqian's head. He said, "Instead of studying, you think about those useless things all day long. Although the girls are beautiful, what does that have to do with you? Today, this dean will naturally go, but you are leaving tomorrow. Don't you have to get along well with your brothers?" This, Li Chengqian was instantly stunned. But under the signal of Zhongfeng's eyes, he suddenly turned his head and found that Jing Shu had quietly stood behind him with 2 bowls of steaming hot food in her hands. Li Chengqian was so scared that he hurriedly got up and maintained his poise. He straightened his body and said, "Greetings, mistress." Jing Shu's expressionless face instantly turned red. She looked at Zhongfeng with some panic. Seeing this, Zhongfeng waved his hand and said, "That's enough. Go back and pack up. When I come back tonight, I will give you a set of clothes to ensure your safety in Chotzi." While they were talking, Zhongfeng got up and pushed Li Chengqian out of the room. When they were leaving, Zhongfeng glared at Li Chengqian and said with a face full of warning, "How dare you speak nonsense to Laro Tzu? Do you believe that Laro Tzu won't give you anything when you leave this time?" Chapter 16:12. "Young master, are you going to the phosphate fertilizer factory?" At this moment, Jing Shu asked indifferently and coldly. He actually started to eat and drink the steaming hot nutritious porridge without a care in the world. Zhongfeng's face stiffened. He coughed and said, "It's not a phosphate fertilizer factory. It's a big. I also heard that many daughters of rich families and all the young ladies in the city will go there to have a look." This time, Zhongfeng was speechless. He hurriedly said, "Well, Who am I, Zhongfeng? I'm a gentleman. How can I do such a vulgar thing? Besides, today is also a big event for us. It's not good if we don't show up today. And, Zhongfeng explained a lot, but what he got was Jingshu's gentle smile. This is your business. If you want to take a concubine, I have to congratulate you. Zhongfeng choked on the words in his stomach. Looking at Jingshu's elegant back as she walked up the stairs, she suddenly felt a sense of loneliness. This feeling was exactly the same as when he was in a sea of people, but he still felt lonely. Zhongfeng couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. He stood up alone and hugged Jingshu. Shu, you have to believe me. How can I, Zhongfeng, be able to be favored by you and, the three of you? This is the fortune of 3 lifetimes, then don't you want to explain who the woman in the courtyard is? In an instant. Only then did Zhongfeng remember what old you had said yesterday. It seemed that the Zhong family's side relative in Phoenix Ridge, who was also his cousin, came to find him. At first, he thought that old you was using this as an excuse. But now he knew when he saw Jingshu. He instantly felt that things might not be so simple. He hurriedly asked, "How did you know?" Jingshu was carried into the bedroom by Zhongfeng. Then he held Jingshu's shoulders and held her cheeks. No wonder Jingshu didn't let him touch her last night. Zhong Yuyao also ignored him. At this time, Zhongfeng finally understood the whole story. Jingshu struggled for a while and begged for mercy while panting. Then, she looked into Zhongfeng's eyes. In an instant, a layer of mist appeared in her eyes and she said, "Yesterday, someone from my family came and said that a Miss Zhong came with your marriage certificate and said that she wanted to fulfill the marriage contract with you. Now, almost everyone knows about this." Buzz. Zhongfeng's head instantly exploded. Damn it. What did this mean? I just randomly made up an address, and I was accidentally given an identity. I'm very lucky that the whole family died in the mountain flood. But at this time, where the hell did this marriage contract come from? Zhongfeng was going crazy. He saw that there were 2 lines of tears in Jingshu's eyes. Zhongfeng's heart melted. He hurriedly wiped Jingshu's tears and said, "Okay, don't cry. Let's not cry, okay? I swear to God that I don't know anything about this marriage. If I remember a little, I will tell you clearly." "Oh right." Zhongfeng patted his forehead and pointed to the door. He said, "This may be the idea of those people. Do you remember the Chen Wanli incident? And the incident in the underground palace of Chang'an last time? Both times, it was your husband who exposed their schemes. Mother **K, this group of people is really capable. They actually want to play such a vicious trick on us from the inside." The more Zhongfeng thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. At this time, the more he spoke, the angrier he became. Jingshu looked at him with a puzzled face. She asked in disbelief, "You really don't know about this?" Zhongfeng repeatedly waved his hand and said, "I swear to God, if I know about this, I, Zhongfeng, will meet God." Without waiting for him to finish, Jingshu's cold little hands blocked his mouth. She hurriedly pressed Zhongfeng into her arms and said, "I believe you, I believe you. Young master, don't say any more." Zhongfeng was not going to accept it. There must be something fishy about this matter. Otherwise, damn it, how could there be such a coincidence? Today was the phosphate fertilizer factory banquet, and yesterday this thing happened. It was obvious that they were here to ruin his reputation. Truly, if this could be tolerated, what could be tolerated? "Sure, you don't have to care about this matter anymore. If I don't get to the bottom of this matter, I, Zhongfeng, will write my name upside down." While speaking, Zhongfeng could not help but look up to the sky and sigh. Really, the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Quick! Damn it, copy it. This is the Dean's golden words. My God. It's really wonderful. The tallest tree in the forest, the wind will destroy it. Beautiful. It's really too beautiful. Just after Zhongfeng finished sighing, Zhongfeng faintly heard a burst of whispers downstairs. Zhongfeng could not help but be dumbfounded. He was stunned for a while before he reacted. When he reacted and opened the door to take a look downstairs, he was instantly furious. He saw that downstairs were densely packed with groups of students. At this time, They were savoring the words that Zhong Feng had just said, and also crazily copying at the same time. Zhong Feng was so angry. He even had the intention to kill someone. He shouted angrily downstairs, "All of you, get the hell out of Lao Tzu's way. Sun Disheng. Remember Lao Tzu, every one of you here will be soaking in the lake for Lao Tzu tonight. Lao Tzu let you peek, let you get excited." Chapter 16:13. The matters of the banquet were all left to the people of Tonghui Fang. However, most of the matters were handled by old he, old his wife, and Juzi's parents. The old village chief, on the other hand, hurriedly got into the carriage and rushed out of the city. Although the carriage was expensive, the old village chief did not lack money because of the noise on the mountain. Moreover, this matter concerned the reputation of Tonghui Fang in the future. And this pig was the main dish of this banquet. If he was not sure that this pig really had no smell, why would he be in such a hurry? However, on the official road, the old village chief faintly heard the roar of the pig. He secretly laughed at himself. Now he was hallucinating, and in the hallucination, it was the sound of the pig. Oh my God! Is this AF** king pig? Old Zheng, this thing you're pulling, is it a pig? At this moment, the old village chief only reacted when the driver of the carriage exclaimed. He opened the curtain of the carriage and looked outside. Instantly, his eyes widened. At this moment, Zheng Tufu, his wife, and his son were all wearing brand new clothes. They were pulling a carriage, but there was a big fat pig in a cage on the carriage. Behind this carriage, there were several other carriages, and there was no end in sight. These carriages were all loaded with fat pigs that were whining and groaning. The people pulling the carriages were all wearing the uniforms of the county government. On the side, the old master of Chang'an County government, Niu Weili, was pushing the carriage. His official hat was tilted to one side. Seeing the driver shouting, Zheng Tufu wiped the sweat on his face. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the old village chief. He said in surprise, "Oh, isn't this old son? What's the matter? Why are you still caring about the carriage?" How could the old village chief have the time to talk nonsense with him? He asked anxiously, "I'm asking you, these pigs, are they Fengzi's toys?" Zheng Tufu wiped his sweat and proudly patted the carriage. "That's right, Old village chief, you didn't expect this, right? These 10 pigs are the first batch of piglets born on our mountain. They're not even a month old and they're already so big. Where did you go to find them? How could you find them? Let's not talk nonsense, okay? What time is it now? Who will be responsible if the banquet is delayed?" Niu Weili urged impatiently. When the old village chief heard this, he realized that this wasn't the time to brag. He quickly jumped off the carriage and gave the coachman some money. He said, "Brother, please return to the city quickly. Tell Tonghui Fang about this and ask them to help me." On the other side, outside the Tonghua gate, Old Ho called out to the people in Tonghui Fang to pick vegetables, chop firewood, and cook the braised food. Looking at the endless stream of people, he became even more anxious. The sun was slowly rising over the Taihang Mountains not far away from them. On the Dragon Head Mountain behind him, sounds of hammering could be heard faintly. Apart from a few large houses, there was only a large empty field in the entire phosphate fertilizer factory. There was also a small canal in the middle of the field and 2 large water troughs on both sides of the canal. No one knew what they were for. At the same time, the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Appointments, the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of Censorate, and other big shots had all arrived. They were sitting in a place that had been prepared beforehand. They were looking at a large water wheel that was slowly being set up in the valley not far away. Quick, 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 everyone move. In the midst of a loud roar, Chen Tianyu was sweating profusely as he hurried over. After looking around, he asked, "Old Ho, have you seen Fengzi?" Old Ho's expression froze. "I didn't hear that Fengzi was coming." "Oh." Chen Chumo was surprised. He didn't say anything. He picked up the ladle, drank a large spoonful of water, and ran away in a hurry. Then, from the back of the mountain came a louder roar. Looking at these people, Old Ho became even more anxious. He didn't care about these things and couldn't manage them. The only thing he could manage today was to serve these officials a sumptuous meal at noon. That's right. But the key point was, until now, that pig was nowhere to be found. How could this not make him anxious? Without the pig, how could he cook? Compared to the anxiety of old Ho and the others. That was Li Xiaogong. Today's event was so big that the emperor would naturally come. But he didn't come as the emperor, but as Li Xiaogong didn't know what the emperor was up to, but if there was a slight mistake today, then, but until now, the water wheel hadn't been set up, let alone the production of phosphate fertilizer. How could this not make Li Xiaogong anxious? But at this time, things were going on. He could only calm down and wait quietly. At this time, a voice made Li Xiaogong's heart sink. Not far away, there was a sudden announcement at the gate of the phosphate fertilizer factory. Mr. Kui Fengjun Yushan from the Kui family in Shandong is here. Hearing this voice, Li Xiaogong and everyone else's heart couldn't help but sink. Was he here to make trouble? Chapter 16:14. Mr. Yushan vomited blood and fainted because of the poetry competition with Zhong Feng at the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet. It was also because of him that Zhong Feng became famous. Zhong Feng even used a miraculous treatment to save Mr. Yushan from the brink of death. After that, Mr. Yushan disappeared without a trace. There was no news about him. However, who would have thought that this old man would appear at this time? This made the crowd involuntarily look at the Tonghua gate not far away. Everyone's eyes involuntarily revealed a trace of expectation. After all, among these two people, one was a literary titan, and the other was the youngest and most legendary Confucian. However, this time, the four great Confucians were not present. Only Li Xiaogong was present. He did not know what kind of impression this person's arrival would make on the opening ceremony of the phosphate fertilizer factory, nor did he know the purpose of this person's arrival. Li Xiaogong took a deep breath and led the officials from the Ministry of Works, Ministry of Rights, and Ministry of Personnel to welcome him as usual. So it's Mr. Yushan. Mr. Yushan. Student greets Mr. Yushan. Amidst the crowd's compliments, Mr. Yushan walked out of the sedan shakily, accompanied by a woman. When the crowd saw this woman, their minds instantly stopped working. This woman's appearance was simply indescribable. Although she was covered with a green veil, her pair of red lips and the fragrance that made people feel relaxed and happy as soon as she appeared made everyone unable to help but suck in a breath of cold air. The people present had all seen their fair share of women. For example, at the last Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet, Jing Shu, who played the Ocean's Roar with Zhong Feng, Yu who had seductive eyes, and Zhong Yuyao, who was a pretty girl from a humble family. Any one of these girls was a beauty that could cause the downfall of a city, but this girl, she wore a light green dress and had a graceful figure. She had the charm of Yu, the coldness of Jingshu, and the pretty daughter of a humble family, like Zhong Yuyao. Such a person, he was simply a monster in the human world. If another eccentric came along, then Zhong Feng. Thinking of this, everyone had a strange look on their faces. He looked forward to Zhong Feng's arrival even more. After Mr. Yushan got off the carriage, he cupped his fists towards the crowd and said, "So it's your highness, this old man greets you." Hearing this, Li Xiaogong hurriedly asked, "Dare I ask Mr. Yushan, this woman, Ying, come and greet the lords?" As he spoke, Mr. Yushan shook his head and sighed. "This is the old man's granddaughter. She has been spoiled by the old man since she was young and has no sense of propriety." Everyone exclaimed that they didn't dare to accept it. Right at this moment, Kui Ying hastily stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "My daughter, Kui Ying, greets all of you." Li Xiaogong was stunned. This was even more alluring than that sleep-talking voice. If that was the case, cough cough. Amidst Master Yushan's mild and angry coughs, everyone came to their senses. Before they could react, they saw Li Chengqian energetically urging his horse to charge in. Everyone was so frightened that they hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Li Xiaogong didn't expect the crown prince to arrive so anxiously. Although the crown prince had put on makeup and almost no one could recognize him, his expression and actions, Li Xiaogong hastily stepped forward and scolded, "How dare you? Quickly get off your horse." Li Chengqian was originally here to deliver a message. But he didn't expect to see such a beautiful woman. So he slapped the horses, but in a moment of carelessness. In the end, that was how this happened. Under Li Xiaogong's scolding, Li Chengqian finally reacted and tightened his grip on the horse's reins to stop it. Then, he hurriedly got off his horse and apologized to Mr. Yushan. "I'm Li Chengqian. I didn't know it was Mr. Yushan and disturbed you. Please forgive me. You're from White Deer College?" Mr. Yushan ignored Li Chengqian. After all, Li Chengqian had put on makeup. Even if someone recognized him, they wouldn't dare to make a sound. At this moment, Li Chengqian hastily bowed and said elegantly, "I'm from White Deer College. My master is Mr. He Xian." Mr. Yushan asked. His eyes lit up. Then, "Will your master be here today?" Li Chengqian secretly glanced at Kui Yingying. Seeing that Kui Yingying was staring at him, he hurriedly said, "My master is on the way here. When he heard of your arrival, he specially sent his student to welcome you." Not bad. Mr. Yushan nodded and went to the viewing area with Li Xiaogong and the rest. Kui Yingying glanced at Li Chengqian curiously and gave him a strange look. Then, she followed Mr. Yushan. But when he glanced back, Li Chengqian's heart was bursting with joy. How could Li Xiaogong not see through Li Chengqian's thoughts? He asked with a heavy expression, "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you not to come?" Only then did Li Chengqian realize what was going on. He hurriedly said, "It's like this. Iron Bull and the rest encountered a problem. They said that the water wheel couldn't be lifted. Fengzi told me to quickly come and settle it." Chapter 16:15. Li Chengqian was right. Just 2 hours ago. Originally, the water wheel was already prepared. It could be said that the water wheel had been delivered to the mountain before the morning bell rang. However, due to the terrain, it was extremely difficult to install the water wheel at this time. Especially when they were on the mountain, the surroundings were relatively flat, so it was relatively easy to build it. However, it was different here. They were on top of a cliff and there were rapids. So they could not build it. However, in the end, someone came up with an idea. They first assembled the water wheel and then hung it up. However, that was the problem. It could not accommodate so many people. Now, it was almost time. At this time, even Ma Ju and the others were at their wits' end. Everyone stared at the water wheel in a daze. In the end, they quietly sent someone to the mountain for help. When Zhong Feng learned of this, he scolded everyone and then told Li Chengqian a solution. Only then did Li Chengqian quickly come to help. At this time, all the officials and the nobles were on their way. If there were too many people, it would be difficult to handle. At that time, even if they did not commit dereliction of duty, the emperor would be furious. It would be embarrassing. That was the most important thing. Hearing Li Chengqian's words, Li Xiaogong looked behind him in surprise. He could vaguely see the scene behind him and could not help but feel anxious. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and deal with it. When Laro Li and the others come and see it, do you think this will end up like this?" Li Chengqian was shocked when he heard this. He hurriedly mounted his horse and galloped towards the mountain again. At this time, Liu Hongwen and Ouyang Kai from the Imperial College and Hongwen Guan also arrived with congratulatory gifts. At this moment, the commoners also slowly gathered around. Li Xiaogong looked behind him and could not help but wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. Please don't let anything go wrong. Lord Li, what's wrong with you?" At this moment, Ouyang Kai looked at Li Xiaogong with a smile. Li Xiaogong laughed and then returned to his normal state. He invited everyone to enter the viewing platform one after another. The entire viewing platform was set up in the phosphate fertilizer factory near the Tonghua Gate. Not only could he have a panoramic view of the entire phosphate fertilizer factory, but he could also clearly see the operation of the test bench directly above. There were less than 300 seats on the viewing platform, and more than half of them were already occupied. At this moment, as Li Chengqian entered the mountain, everyone seemed to be able to faintly sense that something was amiss. They could not help but look towards the depths of the mountain. "Lord Li, did something happen in the mountains?" Mr. Yushan narrowed his eyes as he watched Li Chengqian enter the mountain, as well as Li Xiaogong's gaze. Li Xiaogong laughed dryly and said, "How could that be? It's just that one of the components hasn't arrived yet. That's why he sent it over carelessly." "Oh." Sir Yushan pondered and then said, "Since there are still a few hours, why don't we go inside and take a look? I've long heard that Sir He's yarn is not only outstanding in Confucianism, but also in other aspects. I heard that this set of things was created by him. The old man wants to go in and take a look. What do you think, Lord Li?" In an instant, Li Xiaogong's smile froze for a moment. But it was only for a moment. From time to time, he heard some discussions behind him. Li Xiaogong gritted his teeth and said, "Since Sir Yushan wants to go in and take a look, then fine. Would everyone like to go in and take a look? Since this matter could not be avoided, why not start it now? Hopefully, Zhong Feng could solve the problem this time. Otherwise, they would be dead meat. Sir Yushan must have come with ill intentions this time. Since Prince Li invited us, let's all go and take a look." Ouyang Kai and the others could not sit still. He had heard about the things on the mountain before, especially the water wheel that surrounded the entire residential area and then entered Hubo. It seemed to be prepared for this moment. How could he not want to have this kind of thing? Now that Sir Yushan said so, how could they sit still? They all stood up and responded. Li Xiaogong had no choice but to let someone go ahead and tell Li Chengqian and the others. Then, he slowly distributed the masks to each person and explained the magic and use of the masks. In an instant, everyone looked at the mountain with even more anticipation. The passion in their eyes could not be hidden. On the mountain. When Li Chengqian arrived, Cheng Chumo and the others looked as if they had seen a life-saving straw. They immediately pulled Li Chengqian up. "You're finally here. How is it, Fengzi? Do you have any instructions?" "This thing, now there's only one step left, and that's it." Li Chengqian waved his hand, took out his fan, and waved it twice. Then, he raised his head to look at the curtain directly above, as well as the 4 trembling wooden piles that had fallen into the water below the waterfall. Only then did he say, Fengzi didn't mention a specific method, only a principle. When everyone heard this, their eyes could not help but widen. However, after waiting for a long time and not hearing Li Chengqian speak, Cheng Chumo was instantly furious. He grabbed Li Chengqian's collar and roared, "Say it. Cough, cough, I will say it. Let go of me." When Cheng Chumo let go, Li Chengqian pointed at a mountain wall not far away and said, "The principle of the lever is to set up a pole here, and it can be easily solved." Chapter 16:16. The principle of leverage? They had never heard of it before. When they heard Li Chengqian's voice, they were all stunned. Even the craftsmen from the Ministry of Works who were in charge of the construction were dumbfounded. They knew what leverage was. Wasn't that what stonemasons used to carve stones? The base of the water wheel had already been installed. All that was left was to erect the main body and set it up. But how much leverage did one need to use to do that? Moreover, they were currently standing on the edge of a cliff. The water from the mountain would naturally flow down to the edge of the cliff. This was also the only place where the water wheel could start moving. It was also Zhong Feng who had set the location of the water wheel here when he found out about this. Most importantly, Zhong Feng had not even come to take a look. In this place, there was only the position of the water wheel and the flat fracture where everyone was standing. It would be difficult for 30 people to stand here. To use leverage, it was simply impossible. Li Chengqian's mind was filled with the image of the girl just now. He could not help but recall the smile she had just given him. At this moment, Zhong Sun and the others saw the sinister smile on Li Chengqian's face. They were so angry that they were trembling all over. But there was nothing they could do. He was the crown prince. Besides, he was the only one who had a solution. If they could not think of a solution, they could only wait to make a fool of themselves. "Oh no, Lord Li and the others are going up the mountain." At this moment, Lai Ji could not help but exclaim when he saw the people at the foot of the mountain. In an instant, everyone was shocked. At this time, these people were going up the mountain. Were they King looking for excitement? Li Chengqian, say something. What should we do? Leverage, leverage. Fengzi is right. How can we use leverage here? Don't tell me we have to split the mountain open. Damn it, if you're spacing out and showing such an idiotic expression, I'll beat you up. Amidst a group of angry curses, Li Chengqian finally reacted. He looked down the mountain and lost his composure. Damn it, it must be that Mr. Yushan. He hurriedly said in a fluster, this must be Mr. Yushan's rotten idea. When Ma Ju and the rest heard this, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They were all shocked. However, this wasn't the time to think about this. He hurriedly asked, then what are you waiting for? When they come, are we really going to make a fool of ourselves? Cheng Chumo, Wei Shuyu, and Du Go were the most anxious. They had spent a lot of time and effort and spent countless beautiful nights to make this thing. Originally, they were here to show off, but if they were seen as a joke by others, they would be beaten up when they went back. That was not all. When the emperor found out about it, he was destined to be flogged. In an instant. Their faces were as ugly as if their fathers had just died. All of them glared at Li Chengqian with red eyes. Brother Gan, if you don't hurry up and get us out of here today, I'll beat you up in front of all these people. Do you believe me when I say at? This time, even Du Go patted the whip wrapped around his waist without any loyalty. Li Chengqian felt his scalp go numb. He hurriedly said, hey, what are you doing? Wasn't I just thinking about how to get this thing? Come, what are you all standing there for? Hurry up and chop a few thin and long pieces of wood. When he said this, although the rest didn't understand, they quickly went to do it. There was no other way. Only Li Chengqian had a way. They couldn't not listen. Moreover, when they were in the limelight, they made a fool of themselves first. Damn it, how could they show off? They had lost a lot of face. Fortunately, these people were walking extremely slowly. It seemed that Li Xiaogong was deliberately stalling for time. Even so, they could only delay for an hour at most. Half an hour later, these people would be able to reach their destination even if they were stepping on ants. There were more than 30 people. This didn't include Ma Ju, Hao Chujun, Cheng Chumo, and the others. These 30 people from the Ministry of Works didn't hesitate. After they received Li Chengqian's order, they didn't care if it was right or wrong. They all went into the nearby forest and found a tree with their butts sticking out. Li Chengqian also knew that this wasn't the time to let his emotions affect his decisions. Therefore, he hurriedly stopped thinking about it. Especially when he thought about the equipment that Zhong Feng had prepared for him, he felt his blood boil. When he came back to his senses, Li Chengqian looked around and then pointed at Chen Chumo. Tai Nyo, don't just stand there. Go chop down that tree. Cheng Chumo looked in the direction of Li Chengqian's finger. Instantly, his eyes widened. At the bottom of the col beside them was a chestnut tree as thick as a washbasin. This tree, it was famous for being heavy. It was so big. What was it used for? He couldn't help but ask angrily, why don't you do it yourself? Are you acting like a monkey? Such a big tree. People are already here to chop it down. Chapter 16-17. However, Chen Chumo compromised in the end. Along with Wei Shuyu and the rest, he watched angrily as Big Axe started chopping trees. It seemed like he was angry or impatient. At this moment, the sound of trees being chopped could be heard everywhere on the mountain. When Li Xiaogong and the others heard this, they couldn't help but frown. Chopping trees at this time, didn't that mean that there was really a problem with this matter? Li Xiaogong pondered for a while. Then, he turned to Mr. Yushan and said, Mister, there's a big construction project going on in the mountain. Let's walk slowly. Mr. Yushan asked curiously, didn't they say that the phosphate fertilizer factory would be completed today? How come this old man only saw this water wheel without a primer? If that's the case, doesn't this water will have some great function? Everyone pricked up their ears to listen. Kui Yingying asked crisply, I've long heard that President Zhong of White Deer College dabbled in all kinds of things. Recently, I heard that White Deer College has more water wheels. Even the passageways and houses are quite magical. However, this is a phosphate fertilizer factory. We're here today for phosphate fertilizer. This is a great thing that benefits the common people, but, Yingying, don't be impudent. Mr. Yushan frowned and reprimanded her. Kui Yingying turned her eyes and bowed. Uncle Li, I don't know the depth of the matter. Please forgive me. Li Xiaogong's eyelids twitched. This woman looked weak, but she wasn't simple at all. Li Xiaogong took a deep breath and smiled faintly. Miss Kui, you're right. Old man has personally seen President Zhong, or Mr. Hexian, doing experiments on this water wheel. This water wheel was designed to increase efficiency. As long as it's set up, it can produce at least 500 stones of phosphate fertilizer in a day. 500 stones? So much. Everyone was horrified. At this moment, he no longer had any doubts about the windmill. Instead, he wanted to see how the watermill operated after it was built. On the other side, Li Shimin received a message the moment he stepped out of Tonghua Gate. That means Mr. Yushan is here. Moreover, there was another important matter. Something seemed to have gone wrong with the water wheel, and now Master Yushan was leading people up the mountain. Hearing this, Li Shimin's eyes flashed with killing intent. He asked indifferently, "Is there any movement from White Deer Academy?" Little Gizi whispered, "Just now, eldest young master went to the phosphate fertilizer factory." He seemed to have thought of something. It was also because of eldest young master's arrival that Mr. Yushan discovered some clues. Bastard. Li Shimin was slightly angered. Mr. Yushan didn't just represent the Confucian school, he also represented the Shandong province, as well as the 5 clans and 7 clans. He must have come here with a purpose. He didn't even have the foresight to praise him for growing up. Now, it seems that he still needs to train. Originally, the matter of the crown prince in front of the emperor had caused a lot of criticism in the court. Li Shimin also regretted it. However, after today's matter, Li Shimin was even more eager to let Li Chengqian go to the battlefield to gain experience. Otherwise, if he couldn't see the situation clearly, he would cause trouble in the future. And Li Shimin also knew that today's phosphate fertilizer factory was related to the 5 surnames and 7 major clans, as well as Guanlong, as well as a kind of subtle connection with the foreign lands. Once the slightest mishap occurred, then everything could only be forgotten. Li Shimin took a deep breath and asked, "Then has Fengzi made a move?" "He has, but he will probably be back in 2 hours." When Li Shimin heard this, only then did he calm down. Mr. Yushan's arrival was naturally for Zhong Feng. If Zhong Feng could come this time, then this matter was almost certain. At least for the time being, there wouldn't be any major movements in Shandong province. At least, they also wanted to confirm one thing. As Zhong Feng said, under the same interests, everything could be discussed. And this phosphate fertilizer was the link. Once it was reached, then they wouldn't be entangled in the previous matter. This was the time that the Tang dynasty needed now. Once the Tang dynasty was replaced, then all the problems would be no longer a concern. The only thing that Li Shimin was worried about was the effect of the phosphate fertilizer and what kind of mishap had happened in the mountain today. Once this mishap was too big, then, otherwise, why would Mr. Yushan doubt to go up the mountain? At this time, Li Shimin could only pray to God that this matter was a small problem. Otherwise, when the time came, there would be a lot of trouble. Then, he could only take the last step. And now, the negotiations in Shengju were in a state of anxiety. And Tuli actually knew about the phosphate fertilizer from who knows where. Li Shimin spent a lot of manpower to find out about today's phosphate fertilizer factory. Tuli's men came to get the phosphate fertilizer. Originally, Li Shimin didn't want to come. On the one hand, he didn't want to expose his identity. On the other hand, he was worried that there would be a problem with the deployment of the phosphate fertilizer factory. From Shengju to Mount Longshu, spies had surrounded all the places. Their purpose was to find the hidden Turks among the merchants. Although he didn't know whether these Turks were here to compete or rob, they were like rat shit, which made him very uncomfortable. Li Shimin let out a long sigh. He stretched out his hand from the palanquin and gestured for Yu Qigong and the others to disperse. Only then did he say faintly, "Today, please don't make any mistakes." Chapter 16:18. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. As Li Xiaogong and the others slowly approached, they could faintly hear the sounds of laughter. Faintly looking over, one could see that on both sides of the small stream that had fallen down, there were 4 or 5 strong men. They were balancing on both ends of the stream as they slowly lifted up a thick piece of wood. This scene couldn't help but make everyone extremely curious. At this time, why did they make such a thing here? And on this piece of wood, there was actually a long piece of wood hanging down in the center of this horizontal piece of wood. And just when everyone was feeling incredulous, they saw that those men had fixed the horizontal piece of wood on both sides of the cliff directly above the water wheel, in the 2 grooves that had just been dug out. At this time, there were still people pointing at it. And below, someone was even connecting the pieces of wood with ropes, then hanging one end and tying the other side. This time, not only was Mr. Yushan stunned, the masters of the Ministry of Works and Li Xiaogong were all stunned. What were they doing? Lord Li, what are you doing? Mr. Yushan asked. How would Li Xiaogong know what was going on? He said, why don't we go up first and let them tell us? Li Xiaogong knew that this must be Zhong Feng's trick. At this time, it was simply nonsense to ask the people of the Ministry of Works. It was better to go up and ask. Hearing this, Mr. Yushan hurriedly let Kui Yingying help him and hurriedly climbed up. In a moment, everyone had already arrived at this cliff. Once they were here, they could see how big the water wheel was. It was even bigger than a house. This thing could stand up. When Li Chengqian and the others saw Mr. Yushan arrive, they hurriedly stepped forward and said, Greetings, Mr. Yushan. Chen Chumo and the others also hurriedly bowed. Mr. Yushan waved his hand, pointed to the wooden frame that was shaped into a plus sign, and asked, What are you doing? Can we get the water wheel up like this? Li Chengqian glanced at Kui Yingying and smiled elegantly. Instantly, Kui Yingying's face turned red. She hid behind Sir Yushan and avoided the topic. At this moment, Cheng Chumo and the others finally understood why Li Chengqian looked as if he had lost his soul. At this moment, they were all looking at Kui Yingying with their mouths wide open. When Mr. Yushan saw this, he could not help but snort coldly. In an instant, Li Chengqian finally reacted. He hastily took out a blueprint from his bosom and handed it to Mr. Yushan. Mr. Yushan, please take a look. This is what my teacher gave to his student today. This thing is a little narrow at the bottom, so it's not easy to install and construct. In addition, the power of the torrent is unbearable. Last night, a lot of it was destroyed by the torrent, so I thought of this idea today. Li Xiaogong couldn't help but step forward to take a look. He couldn't help but say in surprise, This is the principle of leverage? What is the meaning of this? The words principle of leverage were written on the drawing. In the drawing, it was a man who was easily lifting 3 cows. He was leisurely and contented. And what he was using was this lever. And Mr. Yushan was even more confused. He asked in surprise, What is this young friend Zhong Feng thinking? This method is simply unheard of. We are all well-read people, and among us are the top masters of the Ministry of Works. Could it be that we can't think of this method? Do we need him to use this method? This water wheel, if we don't start from the foundation from the beginning, it's simply a fool's dream to erect it now. As soon as these words came out, it instantly caused a lot of discussion. Everyone was whispering to each other. This matter was indeed as Mr. Yushan said. This thing was not something else. In terms of weight, this thing was no less than 500 kilograms. No matter what method was used, it seemed that it was impossible to hang him up. Just with a lever, he wanted to hang him up. That was simply a fool's dream. Li Chengqian couldn't help but be slightly surprised. But because Kui Yingying was here, he couldn't say anything. However, Cheng Chumo and the others couldn't sit still. This thing was something that they had spent countless efforts and didn't sleep last night to come up with. What right did you have to come up with it when you didn't know a damn thing? Who the F***ck was so coherent? I say, Mr. Yushan, may I ask if Mr. knows anything about strange techniques? Do go asked in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Hearing this, Mr. Yushan stroked his beard and said, I don't know. Then may I ask Mr., what kind of things have you made, such as a thatched cottage? Hearing this, Mr. Yushan and everyone's faces changed. Saying this at this time was simply disobeying to the extreme. Li Xiaogong couldn't help but scold, Tai Nyo, for the sake of Dean Zhongfeng, you and the others quickly shut up. TSK. Cheng Chumo said disdainfully. The one who asked him was Du Go, not me. What right do you have to say that? If you don't know, then shut the F*ck up Laro Tsu. You. Mr. Yushan said angrily. You boorish fellow. Mr. Yushan was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Why did he meet so many boorish fellows at this time? In his opinion, the people in White Deer College should be some capable people. But he didn't expect to meet such boorish people. Were these still White Deer College students? What did Yu Shanan and the others do on the mountain? Were these the people they taught? Not to mention Zhongfeng. From Cheng Chumo, everyone couldn't help but have deep worries and doubts about Zhongfeng. At this time, Li Chengqian also felt that something wasn't right. He hurriedly persuaded, Mr. Yushan, these things were built by this brother from the beginning. So no one cares about this more than he does. I hope Mr. Yushan won't lower yourself to his level. Chapter 16-19. Without waiting for Mr. Yushan to speak, Li Xiaogong hurriedly said before Kui Yingying could speak, Mr. Yushan, we still have to wait patiently. These people have been working here since last night. It's natural that they have resentment in their hearts. If they can't get it out in a while, where will we punish them? How about it? While speaking, Li Xiaogong waved his hand and said, let's start. Why are you wasting time? Hearing this, Li Chengqian hurriedly gave Cheng Chumo a look. Cheng Chumo and the others then began to lift the water wheel again. In fact, the lifting was very simple. It was to use a rope to lift one side of the water wheel, and then let the entire water wheel hang in the air. Slowly, they used manpower to pry the position of the slot, and then it was done. But the most difficult part was the last step. The water wheel was directly under the waterfall. The speed of the rapids crashing down, if they didn't aim at the slot in an instant, they would have to start all over again. This was also the reason why the entire water wheel was not installed in one night. Originally, they wanted to intercept the water from above and let the water wheel be installed quickly, but this took too long. At this time, what they lacked most was time, so at this point in time, they couldn't do that. So, at this time, they ended up like this. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, along with the shouts of the crowd. The water wheel that was as big as a house was finally slowly lifted up by more than 30 people. This scene scared Mr. Yushan and the others half to death. This was a water wheel that was as big as a house. Although they didn't know the weight, they knew that this thing was definitely not light just by looking at it. But it was lifted up by 30 people effortlessly. This was a little sensational. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, who would dare to believe that this was real? However, this was real, and it had appeared right in front of their eyes. This inevitably caused everyone to feel a little terrified. Oh my God! This is really a work of art, really a work of art. This is the principle of leverage. After seeing the expressions of Mr. Yushan and the others, Cheng Chumo and the others were even more excited and roared. Brothers, let's work harder and stuff this thing into his mouth. Roar. The only response he got was a few angry roars. Soon after, the Yuchi brothers tore off their clothes, revealing their muscular bodies. Then, with one on each side, they carried the bottom of the water wheel and walked resolutely into the torrential current, one step at a time. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but hold their breaths. Bang! With a muffled sound, the water wheel began to rotate slowly in the torrent. The point was that the rope was still hanging, it was still hanging the rope. In a moment, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath. And Li Chengqian, he also couldn't help and the others for action. Everyone was. Mr. Yushan's words just now made everyone stifle their anger. Once again, there was a rumbling sound. The rope hanging the water wheel began to make smashing sounds, but at this time, because of the splashing water, everyone couldn't see what was happening in the water. They could only open their eyes and wait, staring at the rope. When the rope was about to break, Li Chengqian suddenly said, "Get up an inch more. Quick, get up an inch." In a moment, the people on the shore breathed a sigh of relief, and hurriedly lowered the lever by an inch. At this point, suddenly, the water wheel shook violently by an inch. Then, Everyone saw that the people who originally went in hurriedly came out, and then shouted, "Cut the rope." Bang! With a command, in a moment, the people standing above cut the rope with a knife. The next moment, they saw the water wheel suddenly spin quickly. At the beginning, it was still swaying left and right, but after a moment, the water wheel calmed down and spun leisurely. Behind the water wheel, the water curtains, under the sunlight, showed a beautiful, colorful purple. In an instant, the people on the shore couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my God! It's really a success!" At this time, Li Chengqian and the others came ashore with water droplets on their heads. They came to Mr. Yushan's side and said, "Mr. Yushan, are you satisfied?" This sentence was like a slap to Mr. Yushan's face. Mr. Yushan was about to get angry, but Li Xiaogong said, "Mr. Yushan, it's late. This is the time when the water is flowing. Why don't we go down and wait?" At this time, how could Mr. Yushan still have the face to stand there? He could only snort coldly, and then leave without saying a word. Although he left, this matter still had to continue. But at this time, everyone's heart was at ease. That was what was called venting, this thing. It really made them feel sweet as if they had eaten honey, because this was something they had made. Just as Zhongfeng had said, everyone had their pride. They could lose anything, but they could not lose their pride. Chapter 16:20. As the water wheel flowed through. In an instant. The originally dry water trough, under everyone's astonished gaze, slowly flowed a huge stream of water. When Mr. Yushan and the others had just walked down the mountain, they saw the water coming, as if all this had been prepared for them. This made them angry and angry. But at this time, they couldn't say anything. After all, there was no need to talk about this matter anymore. Looking at Mr. Yushan's ashen face, they could guess something. But the water had flowed through. But this matter was not over yet. Where was the phosphate fertilizer? Where was it? Didn't everyone come here for the phosphate fertilizer? Although the water wheel and the water trough were comparable to a marvelous trick, this was not what they wanted to see. For this phosphate fertilizer, everyone had been thinking about it. At this time, how could they care about other things? At this time, with the sound of a noisy discussion. Only then did Li Shimin and the others saunter into the crowd of onlookers. After all, their identities were special, and they came here today only to witness. But this was different for Li Xiaogong. He had been paying attention to Li Shimin's arrival from the beginning. At this time, seeing Li Shimin come, Li Xiaogong hurriedly raised his arms and shouted, "Everyone, the time has come. Everyone, please sit down. Our ceremony officially begins." While speaking, Li Xiaogong walked up to the high platform full of bottles and jars. He cupped his hands and said, "Old man Li Xiaogong is appointed as the Minister of Personnel. Today, by the Emperor's decree, I am here to supervise the construction of the phosphate fertilizer factory. Today, the time has come. Let the worship of heaven begin." As Li Xiaogong's voice fell, a series of melodious and low music slowly sounded at this time. Li Xiaogong followed the ceremony and fired the cannons. Then, he held a simple worship ceremony. Anyway, it was to comfort God. Today, he moved the soil here with the attitude of serving the people, and so on. It took a full 2 hours for this set of complicated matters to be completed. At this time, it was exactly noon. Li Chengqian and the others had already changed their clothes and put on their masks. They foolishly stood at the side and dozed off. Not far away, a group of young girls were crazily posting the names of the people they liked. This made Li Chengqian, Cheng Chumo, and the others even more elated. But because of Kui Yingying's presence, the gazes of the young men on the stage were all focused on her. This made everyone even more speechless. For a moment, those curses and the howls of the group of men rose and fell again. At this time, Zhongfeng just arrived. Zhongfeng's arrival instantly caused an uproar among the crowd. Wow! President Zhong, Mr. He's is. He's here. He's here. Zhongfeng. Mr. Zhongfeng. As the voices that were louder than Li Xiaogong's sounded, in an instant, the people in the phosphate fertilizer plant could not sit still. At this time, Li Xiaogong finally breathed a sigh of relief. He pointed at Zhong Feng and said, "President Zhong is here. Today, we'll leave the rest to President Zhong, okay?" However, what responded to him was the sound of the wind. Li Xiaogong did not care. Today, in order to stall for time, he had used everything. It was not easy to wait for the main character to arrive. How could he continue? Zhong Feng was a little depressed. If he had known, he would have come later. At this time, he was also dumbfounded. Just by listening to the voices, he knew how crazy it was outside. If he got out of the carriage now, he seriously suspected that someone would tear him apart alive. However, Zhong Feng had to get out of the carriage. At this time, there were many people waiting for him. It would be strange if he did not get out of the carriage, especially after knowing that Mr. Yushan might be here to cause trouble. After that, he had a headache. "You're old. Can't you just stay at home? As for coming out to make your presence known, coming out to find excitement, Laro Tzu was not afraid that you would die here. Laro Tzu would not spoil you like that." But after thinking about it, he still grinned and walked out of the carriage with a smile. As he walked, he waved to the people on both sides of the carriage. When he reached Li Xiaogong and Mr. Yushan, he was shocked as if he had just discovered Mr. Yushan. Then, he said, "Ah, isn't this Mr. Yushan? What wind blew you here? Come, let's sit." Mr. Yushan's mouth twitched, but he still politely returned a bow. But at this time, beside Mr. Yushan, Kui Yingying's voice suddenly sounded, "You're Zhong Feng?" Zhong Feng was a little depressed. When he looked at this woman, he almost fell to the ground. Mother **K, this is another one that can bring disaster to a country and its people. But thinking about it was just thinking. Zhong Feng still knew how much he was worth. He hurriedly said, "May I know who you are?" Li Xiaogong hurriedly said, "Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Yushan's granddaughter, Kui Yingying. Miss Yingying, he is Zhong Feng." But after Li Xiaogong finished, Kui Yingying only faintly said, "Oh," and then did not say anything. Then, Zhong Feng was a little confused. It was not good for him to say anything. However, in his heart, his evaluation of this woman dropped once more. This kind of person is not easy to deal with. I have to stay away. And I have a wife, and 3 of them. I have to look straight ahead. Chapter 16:21. "Niha, Zhong Feng, we're all waiting for you. Why did you come so late?" Li Xiaogong hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Only then did he manage to find a way out for Zhong Feng. Zhong Feng's eyes flashed, then he slapped his forehead and said, "Oh, Lord Li, look at my memory. I just prepared some teaching materials at the academy, so I forgot. Please forgive me." Although no one understood what Zhong Feng was talking about, they all thought that Zhong Feng was doing something for the students of the academy. After all, in the academy, according to the rules, the dean would teach all the students together in the morning every day. Even if Mr. Yushan and Kui Yingying wanted to make things difficult for him, they had nothing to say at this time. After all, there were rules in the imperial court that required this. So even if Zhong Feng was lying, no one would know. The only person who knew was not stupid enough to expose Zhong Feng at this time. After all, unless he didn't want to stay in the academy anymore. When Zhong Feng went on stage, there was an endless frenzied shouting. For the first time, Zhong Feng felt that he was surrounded by fans. In any case, he was now considered a celebrity, right? If this was in the future, he would be comparable to those top stars, right? And in the stands below the stage, Kui Yingying snorted with some disdain. After looking at the people who kept waving their hands to greet them, she lightly spat out 2 words. "Idiot." Mr. Yushan frowned slightly, but he didn't say anything. He just drank his tea and looked at Zhong Feng on the stage. No one knew what he was thinking. Li Chengqian sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw Kui Yingying's anger in that instant. His little heart started to tremble rapidly. Kui Yingying's frown and smile made Li Chengqian unable to control himself. Just when Li Chengqian's imagination was running wild, Zhong Feng said slowly, "First of all, we have to thank the emperor." Instantly, Li Xiaogong and the others jumped up from their chairs when they heard the word emperor. At this moment, Zhong Feng continued, "Secondly, we have to thank the heavens and old cow." If not for the heavens guiding old cow to the phosphate mine, no matter how capable this kid is, he wouldn't be able to create this thing. What about me? What about me? Feng Zi, we. After Zhong Feng thanked everyone, Cheng Chumo and the others started to get anxious. They had been waiting for this moment. Zhong Feng still ignored them. After saying all the tributes, he said, also, if it weren't for my students, this thing wouldn't have been built. If it weren't for them risking their lives to protect the reputation of our academy, I think everyone still remembers the time when our White Deer College was condemned by everyone, right? It was at that time that my students risked their lives to protect the reputation and integrity of our academy. And everything today was done by them. If it weren't for them neglecting sleep and food during this period, I think they wouldn't have been able to do these things. But just now, when the water wheel went wrong on the mountain, I heard that someone was still slandering them. Although I don't know who it is, and I don't want to know who it is, I want to say that without them, the phosphate fertilizer couldn't have been created today. Without them, how could I have the confidence to say that this thing can fill all the granaries in the world? And this, it's them, all the people who have contributed silently to this matter. Here, I, Zhong Feng, sincerely thank you all. While speaking, Zhong Feng bowed deeply. Although bowing didn't exist in this era. However, Zhong Feng's actions still made everyone stand up uncontrollably, waving their flags and cheering. At this moment, there were also people who were unhappy. That was Mr. Yushan and the others. They were the ones who had been talking about this matter on the mountain. But now that Zhong Feng had said this, how could they feel good? Kui Yingying couldn't help but say angrily, Zhong Feng. Zhong Feng was taken aback when he heard this. And everyone couldn't help but look at the two of them playfully at this moment. One was the granddaughter of the great scholar Mr. Yushan, and the other was the pillar of the younger generation. What kind of sparks could these two create when they were together? In an instant. Everyone was looking forward to it. Even Li Chengqian, Cheng Chumo, and Li Shimin were looking forward to it. Only Yu Qigong had a strange look on his face at this moment. Zhong Feng was also a little surprised. Zhong Feng couldn't help but feel a little annoyed when he was targeted by this little girl. He waved his hand and made a gesture of invitation. Miss Kui Yingying, please enlighten me. Kui Yingying smiled faintly and said, I don't dare to enlighten you, but I came here today because there's something I don't understand. When Zhong Feng heard this, he said, just say it. That's good. Kui Yingying ignored Mr. Yushan's dissuasion and got up and said, I've long heard that Prince Zhong is romantic and melancholy. Although he's not married, he still has 3 beauties by his side. This matter. Almost everyone present was aware of this. Besides, this was the Tang dynasty. How many wives you could marry and how many beauties you could get depended on your own ability. If you were capable, no one would ask or say a word even if you married 100 or 80 wives. But if you were not capable, then you deserved to be a bachelor. That was all there was to it. So, which one of the people present didn't have a group of wives and concubines? But at this time, Kui Yingying seemed to be meeting Zhong Feng for the first time. Why did she expose his scars at the beginning? Chapter 1622. This time, Zhong Feng was a little embarrassed. Although Kui Yingying didn't say anything else, Zhong Feng didn't have any matchmaker with these 3 women except Zhong Yuyao. However, they were mixed together and only Zhong Feng knew it. He even had sex with 2 of them. Although he didn't have any relationship with Zhong Yuyao and Zhong Yuyao had already complained, Zhong Feng didn't dare to cross the red line because of the matchmaker's words. As for Jingshu, it was completely known to the world. So even if there was no matchmaker's words and they had sex, Zhong Feng was thick-skinned and didn't care. But at this time, being pointed out, Zhong Feng also knew that he was somewhat in the wrong. His face couldn't help but redden a little. As for Zhong Feng was really impulsive, but this was also the most troublesome thing for Zhong Feng. At this time, when Kui Yingying said this, Zhong Feng couldn't help but be vigilant. Kui Yingying was from the Shandong clan, and Shandong and Jiangnan. Thinking of this, Zhong Feng was almost certain that he had guessed something. At this time, Kui Yingying's face was gloomy to the extreme. Who couldn't see that at this time? Involuntarily, everyone's heart thumped. This guy, could it be that he had sex with Mr. Yushan's granddaughter? But everyone was sure that these two people met for the first time. What did this mean? They couldn't help but feel a little scared. This time, it became fun. And the hearts of Li Chengqian and others were instantly broken to the ground. They couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Mother **K, why did every beautiful woman he met have an affair with Zhongfeng? How the **CK are they going to let me live? The point was, damn, everyone dared to bet that this was the first time that Zhongfeng and this person met. How did it become this? Zhongfeng didn't feel good either. At this time, his bottom line was exposed. It was too damn embarrassing. Zhongfeng couldn't help coughing and said, "Miss, if there's anything, please say it directly. Today is the opening day of the phosphate fertilizer factory. If there's anything else, I hope that after the ceremony is over, I will definitely give you an explanation in front of everyone. How about it?" Ying. At this time, Mr. Yushan was also embarrassed. Originally, he didn't want to come today, but he heard his granddaughter say that Zhongfeng was a wolf with ambition, a human face with a beast heart, a hypocrite who abandoned his family, so he wanted to come and have a look. But at this time, he didn't expect Ying to say this in front of so many people. The point was that at this time, this would arouse public anger. This was the time to plead for the people of the world. If things went too far, then, they would lose their heads. At this moment, how could Mr. Yushan not see that if this continued, something bad would happen? Because at this time, Li Xiaogong and those stationed soldiers still stood up. Seeing Mr. Yushan's reprimand, Kui Ying said unjustly, "Since that's the case, I will let you go for today. Wait until the ceremony is over." Zhongfeng chuckled. Then, he looked deeply at Kui Ying and Mr. Yushan. Then, he waved his hand and said, "Everyone, now, let the ceremony continue. Now, let's invite my student to personally start the phosphate fertilizer production experiment." Wait. But at this time, Kui Ying stopped him again. Even if Zhongfeng had a good temper, he couldn't help but be angry at this time. "Miss, what do you want this time?" "Miss Kui, old man doesn't care what grudges you have with Zhongfeng, but please understand that this is the phosphate fertilizer production ceremony that His Majesty personally organized. For Mr. Yushan's face, old man won't lower himself to your level. But if you continue to be like this and miss the time, then old man will have to ask you to leave temporarily." Li Xiaogong was also a little angry. At this time, his voice was a little cold. Hearing this, Mr. Yushan was also a little angry. "Ying, back down. Don't be rude." Kui Ying, on the other hand, stared at Zhongfeng as if she had a one-track mind. Zhongfeng waved his hand and laughed in anger. He said, "Lord Li, don't be impatient. Miss, if you have something to say, just say it in one breath. I don't have time, and I don't have the time." Without waiting for Zhongfeng to finish, Kui Ying stepped forward. She walked to Zhongfeng's side. Smelling that enchanting fragrance, Zhongfeng was a little surprised, but he still restrained his temper and made way for her. He probably knew why this woman came here. Therefore, this woman didn't wait for the ceremony to end. Zhongfeng also wanted to see what kind of trouble she was going to stir up. Kui Ying said, "Everyone knows that Zhongfeng has made a lot of good things, a lot of amazing things, but have you seen it with your own eyes? My daughter once found out by chance that this Zhongfeng is from Liang Province's Phoenix Ridge, and a year ago, this boy was still a stubborn young master, wandering around aimlessly all day. But I don't know the reason why he could actually learn so many strange and dirty tricks in just a year's time. Don't tell me that everyone has never had doubts." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. At this time, even Li Shimin's face gradually darkened. Cheng Yaojin was so angry that his beard was trembling. "Damn it, Lao Tzu has had enough. Second master, I'm going to take this little girl down." Chapter 1623. In the end, Li Shimin managed to hold himself back. He also wanted to know what kind of grudge Zhongfeng had with this woman that she dared to speak so boldly. At this moment, he was even thinking about other things, such as whether this matter was related to Shandong. He had already given the order that no one was to investigate Zhongfeng. But at this time, this woman's words gave Li Shimin a bad feeling. It seemed like this person knew Zhongfeng's past very well, Li Shimin also wanted to see what Zhong Feng would say. Moreover, if Cheng Yaojin was recognized by this woman, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Therefore, Li Shimin still blocked Cheng Yaojin and said, "Wait. Second master." Li Shimin ignored Cheng Yaojin. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the sun that was gradually rising above his head. Although it was already autumn, the noon sun was really too bright for people to look directly at. Moreover, everyone was wearing the thick clothes they had in the morning. It would be strange if they didn't feel hot with the sun shining so brightly. At this moment, Kui Yingying disregarded the dissuasion and said, "I've long heard that this phosphate fertilizer experiment was single-handedly developed by Prince Zhong. Let's invite Prince Zhong to experiment with it. Then we'll know whether this thing is the work of this so-called Prince Zhong, President Zhong. Of course, we'll also know whether this person is the stubborn young master of Phoenix Ridge." Wow! Instantly, everyone was in an uproar. Many women even began to curse loudly. Some even knelt on the ground and begged Zhong Feng to hurry up and get rid of this woman. Hearing her say that, Li Xiaogong, who originally wanted to get rid of her, had a playful look in his eyes. He glanced at Zhong Feng and said, "President Zhong, this matter. Then, let's listen to her." Tai Nyo, Li Gan, quickly set up the experiment equipment. This time, the experimental utensils were not the same as the ones from before. At this time, they were all replaced with glazed ceramic vessels that were several sizes larger. In order to enhance their usability and durability, these vessels were inlaid with layers of copper inlaid decorations, as well as a layer of protective equipment wrapped with iron wires. Looking at it this way, it somewhat resembled the large cauldrons of ancient times, and also somewhat resembled the ceramic pieces placed in the house. With a wave of Zhong Feng's hand, dozens of people placed the prepared experimental utensils in fixed positions using levers. After that, Cheng Chumo, Ma Ju, and the others connected the experimental utensils one by one with rubber tubes, and directly melted the rubber that was melted by the levers at the joints. Increase his airtightness. They did not know how many times they had prepared this kind of experiment on the mountain, just for today, to show off here. Just now, Fengzi had already said that these things were made by them. Although Kui Yingying was a bit difficult, at this time, everyone was quick and efficient, so everyone nodded their heads. These things, if he did not get used to it day by day, who the hell could be so proficient in it? When everything was ready, and Zhong Feng also put on a mask and gloves, Kui Yingying jumped out once, making people want to curse her mother. Wait. This time, Cheng Chumo's hair finally blew up. He stared with a pair of bull-like eyes and said, "Sister, that's enough. Fengzi is good-tempered and will not argue with you, but these brothers of his are not cowards. If you dare to talk nonsense again, don't blame Lao Tzu for loosening your bones today." Zhong Feng frowned slightly, knowing that today's matter was a bit out of hand. Moreover, he did not know the purpose of this woman's visit, so he waved his hand and said, "Tai Nyo, back off." But, look at her. Zhong Feng frowned slightly and said word by word, "Back off." Hearing this, Cheng Chumo retreated unhappily. Zhong Feng looked at Kui Yingying calmly and said, "Kui Yingying, tell me, what do you want? It's not that I want to do anything, but these are things that you have prepared beforehand. So, if you want to prove yourself, then in front of everyone, show us something that we've never seen before, something that we're all familiar with. How's that? If you do it, Zhong Feng smiled faintly. He thought that this little girl was going to play some tricks, so this was it. When Cheng Chumo and the others heard this, they could not help but jeer. "If you lose, in front of everyone today, how about you marry Ardeen and become his maid?" Do Go also added oil to the fire. "No, no, no, this maid is a bit too much. After all, she is a girl of the Kui family, and also Mr. Yushan's granddaughter. We have to be careful of Mr. Yushan's face." At this time, everyone's expression became strange as they looked at Mr. Yushan. Mr. Yushan was also slightly shocked, especially since he had been in contact with Zhong Feng. Naturally he had some understanding of Zhong Feng. Such a bet. It was really unacceptable. He hurriedly dissuaded. But Cheng Chumo and the others continued to fan the flames. No matter how Zhong Feng persuaded, it was useless. Li Xiaogong even chatted with the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Rights, and the Hongwen-Guan Imperial College. Just now, Mr. Yushan and Kui Yingying were really a bit too arrogant. At this time, to let her suffer and be defeated, everyone was somewhat eager. Seeing everyone like this, Kui Yingying also became angry. She shouted, "Okay. Today, I, Kui Yingying, will bet. If you lose, what will you do?" Zhong Feng also became angry and asked back, "What do you want?" Hearing this, Kui Yingying seemed to see that Zhong Feng had fallen into her trap. She seriously flashed a trace of hatred. "I want you to be a eunuch." Hiss. Chapter 1624. What a sinister woman. At this moment, Li Chengqian's back was drenched in cold sweat. From the start, he had felt that this woman was unusual, whether it was in terms of appearance or anything else. Although her mouth was a little venomous, she was still a daughter of the Kui clan, so there shouldn't be any major problems. Moreover, she was Mr. Yushan's granddaughter. If the two of them were married, not only could they ease the tension between the court and Shandong, they could also, but Kui Yingying's performance just now had left Li Chengqian rather disappointed. Moreover, what she had just said was true. What kind of person was this? If he married her, wouldn't Imperial Father be enraged? Then, thinking of this, the sweat on Li Chengqian's forehead never dried. If this woman were to marry into his family, he would have gotten rid of a star of calamity. If things went wrong, he might not even be able to keep his position as crown prince. Hu Junji suddenly came to mind, and he couldn't help but worry even more. Although he was the one who personally investigated this matter and his father didn't blame him, this crown princess, Imperial Father had issued a secret decree for her to leave the capital and observe mourning. As for whether she would be able to return, anyone with a discerning eye could tell. Although he had said nothing, he had perked up his ears to listen. When he heard about this bet, although he didn't like it, he wanted to see how this woman would be tormented in the future. He was truly at ease with Zhong Feng. If he could conduct this experiment, how could he not know about other experiments? This was simply a joke. No one was more anxious than Mr. Yushan. He had never imagined that things would reach this point. He knew that Zhong Feng dared to do this not because of the four great Confucians, but because the emperor was standing behind him. He had only come today to see if this brat was truly doing this for the sake of the people, or if he was just trying to swindle them. But he had never imagined that things would reach this point. And he had even made such a sinister bet that the common people would not tolerate. At this moment, the people from the Ministry of Rights were watching this. Just when Mr. Yushan was pondering how to resolve this grudge, to his surprise, Zhong Feng actually agreed. "Okay. Since that's the case, we'll agree to it." As he spoke, Zhong Feng waved his hand and asked in an incomparably gentlemanly manner, "Miss Kui, since you said that you want to make something that everyone is closely related to, and that everyone knows, then why don't you do it?" Kui Yingying was about to speak, but Zhong Feng stopped her with his hand and continued, "Then, I know you're going to say that salt production doesn't count, and paper making doesn't count. Fine. I promise you. Today, in front of everyone in the world, I will make something that everyone can recognize. Ice. As the name suggests, this ice is the most common thing we see in winter. So I would like to ask Miss Kui, do you recognize this ice?" Kui Yingying nodded in disdain. "Yes, I have. All right then. Since that's the case, I hope that Lord Li and all of you can come closer. I hope that all of you can be my witnesses." Ice. Zhong Feng actually wanted to make ice. Everyone was in an uproar. Even the students, the young geniuses, and the young ladies all widened their eyes and looked at Zhong Feng with burning gazes. Li Shimin and the others wanted to go forward and observe, but their identities didn't allow them to do so. They could only wait patiently. At this time, only Li Chengqian and the others couldn't stop laughing. After all, they were the only witnesses who had seen this beautiful thing. However, this guy had always been stingy and refused to tell them how it was made. He also didn't tell them what the trick of this thing was. They only knew that it was very simple. At this time, when everyone saw that Zhong Feng was going to fiddle with this thing again, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. When several people went forward, Zhong Feng took out a small bag from his sleeve, and then asked Li Chengqian to bring him a large transparent glass bowl. Under everyone's gaze, Zhong Feng poured the small bag in his hand, which looked like dirt, into the big transparent glass basin. Then, Cheng Chumo volunteered to bring a large bucket of water and looked at Zhongfeng eagerly. Zhongfeng then took out a palm-sized glazed bowl and filled it with water. After that, he slowly poured the clear water into the glazed bowl that was filled with dirt. At this time, everyone's mind was already in shock. Not to mention other things, this transparent thing was enough to shock the world. The value of this thing, at this time, everyone couldn't help but have ideas about this transparent thing. Even Kui Yingying's eyes changed for the first time. Mr. Yushan also couldn't sit still. At this time, he also came forward to see what Zhongfeng was going to do. How could he make ice like this? But at this time, Zhongfeng glanced at the climbing platform just now and said, "Everyone, look carefully." While speaking, Zhongfeng used a glazed stick to stir the water in the large basin that was filled with soil. Under everyone's gaze, the water suddenly started to swirl. After the water started to swirl, Zhongfeng then carefully put the small bowl on the water surface. In an instant, everyone in the phosphate fertilizer plant couldn't help holding their breath, waiting and watching quietly. Listening to the tinkling sound, everyone didn't dare to blink. But at this time, everyone saw an incredible scene. In the large basin of water, slowly, a layer of mist appeared. Everyone was shocked. Could it be, damn it, could it really freeze?